Καλημέρα σε όλους. Good morning. Welcome to our second day local event in the context of the Spread2inno project in conjunction with the Patras IQ major exhibition. Today our program includes one short seminar and we will spend all our time, the time that was given by the organizers for the pitching presentations. And we have split it in two sessions. Unfortunately, due to weather conditions, other obligations, several of the presenters will do it remotely. But I believe that it will be equally effective since we will have the chance to communicate with them and ask questions and clarifications. So we can start now with our first presentation, which is from Mr. Valerio Roscani, a colleague from the Fondazione Amaldi, the Amaldi Foundation in Italy, an organization specializing in aerospace. And the title of the seminar is the Tech Due Diligence.
Okay, so thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for the short introduction. I will just give you some more information about me. I'm Valerio Roscani, technology analyst and project manager at the Amaldi Foundation. Today I will do this speech for what concerns the tech due diligence, which is the process that we do for assessing the interest of startups from what is the technological point of view for private investors. So just to give you some background information, the Amaldi Foundation is the foundation of technology transfer of the Italian Space Agency. Quite young foundation. It's born in 2017 from one private research consortium, that is the Hypatia Research Consortium, and the Italian Space Agency, with the mission to support the applied research for the technology transfer starting from the space sector. So we have several departments, four of which are more related to the research and technological part, two of which are related to the business and finance, with a strong focus on the aerospace, but also for all the fields that concern the innovation ecosystems. So we work mainly for the technology transfer. We support the birth of new markets and new solutions to address these markets. We organize networking events, cross-fertilization events, and also we map the ecosystem to find new trends and new markets. Spread2inno is one of our projects. We are coordinator of this project, and this is also the reason for which we are here today. And we are also created years ago the first venture capital funds in Italy that is totally dedicated to space, and for which we are the key institution and the technological advisor. So today I will give you our recipe to tech due diligence that we do when we assess if technology is interesting for private investors. And I will also garnish it with some fancy questions that you can ask yourself to understand if your documentation that you send to the investors is complete or if something is missing. Okay, so this will be the arguments that I will speak about. Very classical ones. You will find, okay, this is not very new to you because it's not very different from what you put in your pitch, but some points maybe can be stressed a little bit more, and I will also discuss about two tools that we use to assess in the end the technology. So first thing first, the need So what you need to do is to make clear that you have identified a need for a customer that is willing to pay for it. So what is the need that the customer will be, the pain that the customer wants to address and it's willing to pay to address this need. So how many are your customers? Is your customer the same person of your user? It depends, of course, on the business model, but if it's the same or different, should be expressed. And also, you should be able also to quantify these pains. So if you can provide numbers, statistics, it would be, of course, interesting because you let the investor know that you know the problem and that the problem exists. Okay, so we have a problem, we have also a solution, that is the solution that you want to provide. So make clear what is your product or service that you want to provide. So it is a platform, it is a source of data, a report, propulsion system, drone, something like that. It's all okay, it's all perfect for an investor to invest, but it needs to be clear. What are the gains that these customers will have adopting your solution? So how do you want to address the need, and what is, what gains are you providing for this? And do you already defined a cost that for the customer to buy your solution? In case it's a very important information, and it should be in your investor deck. Okay, so there is a need, and of course there are several ways to solve this need. So all the alternative technologies, we generally, based on the need, based on the market, we do a scouting of all the technologies, and there is normally a standard way to solve the need. So the standard way is it should not be, the most smart way to solve it. Probably your solution is smarter, is more innovative, but you need to know what is the alternative. So what are all the alternative technologies on the market for what concerns direct and indirect competitors? It's very important that you know that, because you need this information to provide your uniqueness, your unique selling point, which is also the next topic of my presentation. So what makes you unique? What differentiates you from all the competitors, from all the other technologies? Keep in mind that competitors could be direct, so same solution or very similar solution, but also very different solution that solves and addresses the same problem. So keep in mind that. And when you have the clear idea of your competition, you should stress what makes you different from these alternatives. So very important point to not, of course, underestimate. Another important information that you can provide, that you have to provide, is your actual technological status. So you can use a factor that is the TRL. Probably most of you know what it is. It is the technology readiness level. And what it does is states how much mature is your technology. So if the TRL is very low, you are in the idea phase. From 4 to 6, let's say, you are in the prototype phase, so you have something that is working, but it's not optimal for the customer. It's not on the market yet. And then you have the demonstration and pre-market phase that is from TRL 7 to 9. So this information is very useful, because with this you let the investor know what is your current status and what time you need to reach the market. Information that you can, of course, implement and complement with a roadmap that is needed to define the next steps and to define when you will go on the market, what you will do after you reach the market, developing a new technology, reaching new markets, expand your reach in general. So very important information that you need to include because it provides well, insights on how much time you will reach the break-even point and how you will scale in the future. Intellectual property, very fundamental topic, sometimes underestimated from some startups that reach us. So what you should do in principle is to do a scouting of all the intellectual property that is in your field that you want to address. So a scouting of the database that have all the patents in your country or in Europe if you want to address the European market. And then after that, after you have identified that nothing is overlapping your proposal, you need to think if you want to submit a patent. In some cases it's needed, in other cases it's not recommended. In any case, it's up to you, so there are fields that are more into it, but you probably know better than me if you need to submit a patent or maybe not. There are, of course, pros and cons. Pros is that you defend your technology. The cons is that everybody knows what your technology is. The team, another important piece of information that you should insert in the investor deck. Some of the startups do not provide enough information about this. Keep in mind that with this, the team is basically everything inside the startup. With this piece of information, what you do is basically you tell the investor if you have the right expertise, the right skills to develop your solution. So don't underestimate the business skills. Don't underestimate very technologically focused skills. So of course you will have some tech skills, but if you are working, for example, in a very specific market, let's say insurance, probably, or agriculture, probably you will need also an expert that knows everything about this market. It's not mandatory that is inside the team. It can be, of course, also an external advisor, a coach, or a consultant, but it needs to be clarified. So for what concerns the market, let the investor know that you know what is your market, how big it is, how much is growing in the last year, in the next years. Keep in mind that you should define your market and identify your market from a bottom-up approach. So starting from a very close market, let's see the SOM, so the serviceable attainable market, from the SAM to the TAM, so from the addressable to the total addressable market. So identify it from a regional scale. If you're in Greece, for example, you want to consider as a SOM the nearby regions or Greece in general. You can take for SAM the European one or the nearby country market, and of course the TAM is the total one. Competition, as I already said, is what stops you to address all the market, and because there are several other companies that want to do the same thing you do, or in a different way they want to address the same need. So keep in mind that there are direct and indirect competitors, as I anticipated. All of them want to address the same need, but what you want to do is to differentiate from them, so want to be innovative compared to them. So you need to know who they are, put everyone in the presentation, every main one, of course, not 100 competitors, but the main 5, let's say, and keep in mind that if you don't put the main one, it's probably because you don't know them or because you think it's not easy to find information about them, but it's actually really, really easy. And you want to list their strength and weakness and how you compare to them. Okay, so another information you should include inside the presentation is for something about the milestones. So the deal you had, if you received the letter of interest, if you won some prizes and new customers and stuff like that. It's very important to know the history of your company so far and to understand if the roadmap is something that makes sense for the future. So as I have anticipated, we use two different tools to assess if technology is interesting for the investor. The first one is an informal tool. It is the SWOT analysis. Probably most of you already know about this. Is composed of four different categories: the strength and the weakness, that are the internal factors of your company, and the opportunities and threats, that are the external factors. So the strength is basically what you do very well and what basically differentiates you from the others. The weakness are what you could improve and what you are lacking for now, but you will probably implement in the future. Don't be shy to insert, of course, the weakness and threats in your presentation. The opportunities are what the market and the external environment is offering to you, and the threats is basically what can harm you from the environment. So what is the competition doing, and what can basically harm your business in an economical point of view. So to give you just an example, I have two examples, but I think one is enough. For what concerns the Coca-Cola, what is the strength point? So it's a very strong identity, a very large reach, a global reach. Of course, it has a weakness, that is the competition with Pepsi, and also the product diversification. So Coca-Cola is basically producing Cokes and different Cokes, but all the same kind of product. There are health issues involved. There is also a general agreement on this topic. For what concerns the opportunities, of course, its presence is increasing in the developing country, and there are also new products with reduced sugars that are on the market right now. For what concerns the threats, there is a controversy on the water usage, and of course the plastic pollution topic. And of course the health consciousness that is increasing. So just to give you this example, I will skip this. And last but not least, the formal tool that we use, that is the ORAC, the Overall Risk Assessment and Control Tool. It is quite a sophisticated tool. It is mainly used for more structured startups and companies in general, but it can be adapted to younger startups, and it's basically structured in several points. The points that we have seen before in the slides. And what it produces is a percentage of the risk in investing in technology or in a company. So it takes care of the IPR, of the market, of the innovativeness, of the competition, and so on. It has a different weights for different points, and in the end, it produces this percentage of the risk. Okay. So to conclude, we have seen the main points, the presentation, identify your needs and make clear the need to the investor. Not every investor knows about every need, so make it clear. Outline what you want to address, be very clear what is your solution, show that you understand what is the market and what are the potential competitors, try to include more information as possible, analyze what are the patents already submitted, if there is some issue with intellectual property, and understand if you want to submit a patent or if you are already submitting a patent. And in the end, plan and define what will be your next step in a detail as much possible roadmap. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions to Valerio? Everything was very clear. Oh.
Nice to hear that.
Very good. Thank you, Valerio.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, it's time we start with the main course of today, which is the pitching presentations. Just a few minutes ago, I received a message from one of the presenters that due to a health problem, he will not be able to attend. Anyway, our first presentations, I think 2 or 3, are going to be implemented remotely. No, numbers 1, 3, 4, and 5. So we will start with Mr. Evangelos Stamatiu, presenting Workstation Analysis System.
Could you please share your presentation, Mr. Stamatiu? You're live now. Thank you.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Can I start?
Yes, of course.
Kalimera.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Stamatiu Evangelos. I'm an owner and a head engineer from a company called Svia, located in Trikala, Greece. We are not actually a startup. We have been founded in 2007. And our major field is automation in industrial automation in factories and buildings. One of the products that I would like to share with you today is a multi-tool that is called the WSAS, Workstation Analysis System. Just a moment. Which cover the demand. Let's say that every factory has an ERP system to do for the management to do the analysis and the cost calculation. But what actually happening in the real production field, these systems are quite blind. So to keep it simple, I'm not going to read all this to take your time or bore you. To keep it simple, what it does. It takes the information from inside the production field and distributes it among the different levels of management. How we do that? Independently. We don't interfere with machines, equipment, or electrical parts. We don't need to address to the manufacturer of its machinery. We don't issue with warranty issues. We take the information from the industrial field, from the production field, digitize it through PLCs, and then record it and analyze it with the software that we provide, and distribute the information among different levels of management. Quite efficient, I would say, and I will support that. Why? Because of the testimonials first, and second, providing the right information, the right moment is an expertise that is built through the years. And that's exactly our strongest strongest tool, strongest point at this point. I'm not going to show you a fancy dashboard or dials and numbers up and down. This is something that is always, according to my experience, always is consulting with the client how they want to see the information, how they want to do the visuals. So the visuals is something that is always changing according to the client's needs. I gave a great deal of time in when I developed the system in the core. So how to say, as I say, it's all about perspective, how the system understands the production field and how it's going to measure efficiently what we need to see from the production. So we monitor the behavior of its workstation. Parentheses, workstation could be an automatic machine, a manual machine, something that moves from left to right. Its input-output is also measurable. Can be anything. Can be a fully automatic filling machine to a washing machine, or something that is quite smaller. We monitor the behavior of the workstation according to product, time, and energy. We produce, of course, all the trendy these days information like OEE performance and absolute count numbers and production numbers. But we also extract 31 different information variables, that means information from each workstation, that is, according to my knowledge, is whatever we could possibly extract as information from the workstation, we have done it. And as I say, this system is a multi-tool providing real-time monitoring with one glimpse within a couple of monitors to the total factory. And these are real data that can be imported to each company's ERP. To give you an example of the strongest asset from this system, let's say that you have bought a machine that produces 6,000 ampoules per hour. If the machine produces 4,500 or 5,000, this cannot be observed by the operator or is not visually observed. The operator will have to find out in the end of the shift after counting the total production. With this system, you can find this loss of production, let's say that, from the first minute. This is actually what they asked, because this is not this product is not in the stage of development. It's actually 8 years running in the biggest pharmaceutical manufacturer in Greece, and it's a mature product. It requires hardware and software to be developed. And to conclude this presentation, I think I will leave you more time for questions, because it's not much to. I think you have much to ask me. I don't know how many minutes I have left.
Five minutes.
I lost the sound, I think. Still here? Can you still listen to me?
3 minutes for the presentation and 2 minutes for the questions, more.
I think I will pass to the question part now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Was that clear what I said? Do you have any questions to address me? No questions. So you got it all Right. Perfect.
Any questions?
This is the kind of product that is mature enough to stand in the international market. And the reason that I'm here is the more people that I address, the biggest the chance to find one that will actually help me. I will thank you for your attention. I will pass the presentation to the next company. The organizers have my contact details. If somebody wants to ask me something or you come with a question later, feel free to contact me. I will gladly respond to every message.
Thank you. Our next company is a Hellenic Center for Additive Manufacturing, HCAM SA, presenting Dr. Vasilios Drakopoulos.
Thank you. Thank you that you gave us the opportunity to be here to say some things about our company. For these things, we are the Hellenic Center for Additive Manufacturing, and the problem that we try to solve somehow is that when you check the market, you will see if you go to for industrial use, this technology, the additive manufacturing, commonly say 3D printing. If you're going to do it in industrial use, you have to spend a lot of money, and then if you want to go for large volume 3D printing, is not yet an option. It's not so easy. And also there are low penetration in various markets, and also the value chain is quite segmented. So this is wrong. Yes. So our idea was to build a one-stop shop for this thing, to do services for the industry in order to help them to save money since they can use our machines. Then to help them to make money when we are trying to optimize their structure and their constructions. And of course, we want to be distributed around in Greece and in Southeast Europe, because our vision is to be the one-stop shop for servicing in additive manufacturing in Southeast Europe. So the market, it's somehow like this. Most of the things now that are working with the 3D printing is mainly in aerospace and automotive industry. But as you can see at the bottom of this slide, regarding this architectural or construction sector, the penetration is very low. So the market size, this is based on the Waller's Associates report of 2023, is the market now, the total revenue is of about $18 billion. This is the global market, and for the services companies, this is around 11 billion. And 7.5 billion from this pie is the printed parts. The forecast, as they analyze for the 10 years after now, is close to $100 billion. So you can realize the increase in the service market. So our product, let's say, is that we have the machines now, and the last one is just finished the installation 2 days ago. We have a huge vase outside in our booth. So we can print up to close 4 cubic meters So we can make molds or constructions for such big volumes. We can manufacture on demand. We have a certain process, and also we can make prototypes. Another things that we want to, let's say, invest, and we have started, is to education, but not as an academic, let's say, organization, but more to focus to the next day workers to learn this technique from another point of view, not so academic, but more as a worker. Regarding the Greek market, we have, let's say, some advantages because we offer design service more sophisticated compared to our competitors, because our competitors are mainly machine or material researchers of big companies that they are selling 3D printers. So what we want to do, we want to resell instruments, but we want to use them in order to do all the rest. Also, from the beginning, our big robotic arm that we have in the industrial zone of Patras have recycling units because we are focusing also in cyclic economy. So our traction now is that up to now, because we are working less than 1 year and we are quite operated the last 3-4 months, we have our first sales. We have already other 2 product developments, one for the health sector and one for a Greek company. We have 2 new projects under consideration for the construction industry. We have, we are one of the 4th companies that European Space Agency chose this year in order to change the way of 3D printing in the space. And we are already in 2 R&D proposals. So for the future, okay, I have time. So for the future, what we have in our plans is to cover, let's say, the market of the plastic by introducing new materials from the market and new systems for the market, and to be, let's say, the most competitive company in additive manufacturing from the service point of view in Greece, at least. And also we are planning to go also to the metal printing, focusing on the shipping industry. We want to improve our post-process techniques. This is for the next 2 years. And we want to develop, we are under an NDA discussion now with the Institute of Chemical Engineering Science here in Patras, because we develop a new printing technology in order to printing composite materials, which is very important for the space industries and also for other industries like health. And of course, to see how we will cover this with patent and with how to certify all these new materials and products. This is our team. Our president, Kleomenis Barlos, the vice president, Vasilis Bourganos, and of course, the major team is the young people, George Dimitris and Akrivi and Areti, that all these people working in the company in order to produce and to see to have our products. This is our investor up to now. This has come for several different sectors, from pharmaceutical industry, companies like doing recycling in car catalysts, company like OHPLS working with aerospace, Ubitech with software, the Evetam Mirtec, which is working with materials production, and Ray Metrics for doing LiDAR systems. And also we have a fund scheme with us. We are in Patras Science Park, the headquarters, and we have a part now in the industrial zone of Patras. So thank you up to now. Just to say that we are here because we found in the beginning, I didn't realize exactly, I read in the meantime that maybe Spread2inno is a very good tool for us to help for our vision to be a very competitive company in Southeast Europe. And after your talk, and thanks for your talk that I heard this morning from your organization, it will be very good for us and very helpful to do the networking, to help us for the networking, at least in the southeast part of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Those of us who are locals here, we all know Kleomenis Barlos, Vasilis Bourganos. Hopefully, very soon we will all know you very well as the others, because they had a very successful career. For those that do not know, Kleomenis Barlos is the president of the local branch of the Chamber of Industries. And although he was an academic, he was a member of the academic community here, he started a startup many years ago, and this startup developed the protein, I think, for fighting AIDS. And this protein became a very hot item and was sold internationally. So CBL, his company, grew quickly to a large size and became a great good practice in our area. Thank you again. Any questions to Professor Drakopoulos?
About the Greek competition, you mean? Our competitor, look, it's there are now, I think, it's 6 to 7 good Greek companies that mainly sailing machines. So as a part of their portfolio, they run some services with these machines that they have on their areas. The difference for us is that we are focusing on services. Regarding the global market, it seems that services will be, it's a big asset for us. So it's what we believe, and this is why all these people, put money on this effort, is that this market has a lot of opportunities. So this is the differentiation between us and them. Okay. Maybe I think it's a bit in front of us. We are not on the same level because we are starting now, but we believe, because we have also an academic organization with us, that we have all the, let's say, the parts of the chain that can help us to grow faster in the field. This is what we believe, in any case. Okay. You're welcome.
10 minutes. Thank you very much. Thanks. We continue with a company called No Waste, represented by Mr. Ion Prokopis, and it will be another distant, remote presentation.
Hello to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Ion Prokopis, and I'm the co-founder of No Waste Technologies. Today, I will present to you nowaste.gr. No Waste is a specialized marketplace against waste, exclusively designed for purchases of products that are near their expiration date, but which haven't expired yet. Initially, we will focus on food, but the platform has been created in order to serve any product with an expiration date. The idea of creating this platform was born while working at a food company, when I realized the practical difficulties faced by the sales departments in their effort to sell products near the expiration date. At first glance, this should be a very easy sales process, considering the fact that we refer to products in excellent condition, which expire in a few months or weeks, and are being sold even below cost price. However, the truth is that this mutually beneficial deal for the buyer and the seller is rarely accomplished due to lack of expertise in this particular field. The main problems are time pressure and the lack of a facilitator. As a result, most of the products expire. Unfortunately, the consequences are not only financial, the production, shipping, and destruction costs, but environmental as well, due to the destruction of the products. Reducing food waste due to date marking is our main goal. It is sad, but unfortunately, at a time when there are millions of starving people, 1/3 of the food produced is not consumed. This corresponds to 1.3 billion tons of food. In Europe, it is estimated that 10% of the total waste is due to date marking. This is about 8.8 million tons of food, according to the International Food and Agriculture Organization. The United Nations forecast up to 2030, with current data, is a 6% increase, with food waste reaching 2.1 billion tons of food. The United Nations goal is to reduce it by 50% by 2030 through strengthening partnerships and innovation in the supply chain, which is exactly what we are aiming for through this project. Our solution to this problem is a tailor-made platform which will act as a nationwide facilitator, matching products with potential buyers based on their preferences and location. No Waste aims to be the reference point for purchases of products near their expiration date by offering a secure and reliable environment and creating a win-win-win situation. Because in every sale of a product near the expiration date, the seller profits by selling a product that will otherwise cause financial damage. The buyer profits by buying a product in excellent condition at a tempting price, and the environment profits by the reduction of the waste. Additionally, there is profit for society as well, as people are starving and products in excellent condition are destroyed. The platform functions provide a complete solution. As we all know, time is money. That's why we have created some time-saving tools. The main purpose of these tools is to save time, money, effort, and finally the products. Through No Waste, the user can track down products, get personalized notifications, and buy online the products that are interested in. No Waste provides multiple tracking options, so the user can instantly, easily, and efficiently track down any product from partner stores. It has multiple tracking options based on needs, such as text, map with the nearest stores, and categories. Additionally, there are multiple filters for targeted searches, such as distance, discount, price, and date marking. But the main feature is the calendar filter, through which users can search for products based on their expiration date, but also based on the date marking type, such as best before or used by. No Waste has also a personalized notification service for favorite products and stores. The process is very simple. In the first step, the user selects the product categories that interest him. In the second step, they choose the stores that are interested in and usually make their purchases. And in the third step, they choose the days and hours they wish to receive updates. In this way, they receive immediate information only for the products that interest them and are sold in the stores that they make their purchases. Notifications for new listings with just one click. Additionally, users can purchase online and collect from the partner store. This way, the user immediately binds a product. In the first step, the user selects products and adds them to the shopping cart. In the second step, they make an electronic payment for the products, and then simply pick up the products by showing the payment QR at the store cashier. The cashier scans the QR and confirms the delivery of the product. Although our aim is to sell products, within the framework of our corporate responsibility, we have created an innovative system for managing products that will not be sold in time, so that they can be donated to charities before they expire. In collaboration with Borume, we have created a zero waste mechanism. The store uploads the products and sets the day of removal from the platform. No Waste informs Borume of they can be promoted immediately and free of charge to not-profit organizations. At the end, I would like to talk about the business model of the marketplace. Revenue streams are different for each function. Product promotions charged per store subscription, as are personalized notifications. Online sales are charged with a percentage commission per sale, and there is no charge for the buyer. The platform is currently ready to launch as we have finished debugging, and we are holding meetings to run a pilot application. Thank you very much for your attention, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Can you tell us about the project team?
I can't hear you well, sorry.
Can you talk to us about the project team, the capacity of the team members?
Of course. As you can understand, as you may not know, I'm not in technological field. My field is public relations and communication. My partner, Agorakis Bobotas, holds a diploma in computer engineering and informatics, and it's from the University of Patras. And he's currently a PhD candidate in computer science in the same university. So we have two different sectors. I'm in the communication, and Agorakis Bobotas is our computer guy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so from what I understand, you are two. One about, let's say, business side, and the other from what concerns.
Excuse me, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Okay, so you are two in the team.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Do you have other external advisor or something for this specific field?
We have participated in an incubator Orange Grove for the Netherlands embassy. There we have won a prize at a startup competition, and we have completed the full training, if I can say that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, because it's quite a specific market, so I don't know if probably you need the specific skills to...
Yes, I used to work as a field at the food sector. Mm-hmm. That's why I have knowledge of this market. And as I say to the presentation, our main goal is to start from the food sector, and afterwards to go to every product that has an expiration date.
Okay, and last question, do you know of other companies that provide similar solution? It's
do you mean the Greek market?
Yes, for your market in specifically.
What we are trying to do at this level, there's nothing similar at this moment. There's other startups that are focusing small market like bakeries or restaurants. We're trying to be partners with supermarkets or big businesses and to B2B sector. At this moment, there's nothing similar with the market. Okay. As I know, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ion.
Thank you very much.
And our next speaker is Dimitris Komninos and Nikos Markakis that will present remotely Mood, a musical startup. Very interesting.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And I believe you should be able to see my screen as well, right? Great. So Dimitris will not be joining us, unfortunately. It's going to be just me for the day. And as you said, I'm going to talk to you about an industry that is a bit different from what has been mentioned so far, the music industry. So let me present to you Mood. I'm Nikos Markakis, co-founder of Mood. And I would like to let you know that the music industry is not just about sound, as most of us think. It's mostly about metrics. Who is listening? Where is a song playing? Is it converting listeners to fans? If you're in this industry and you're not tracking every song that's playing out there, you're essentially leaving money on the table. But let's see, what does out there really mean? So on the one hand, we've got the digital platforms like Spotify, YouTube, even TikTok and so on. Music that usually hums in the background as we work, as we relax, as we commute. And what these have in common is that they are very, very easy to measure and monitor. And in fact, there are many providers that capture, aggregate, and sell the data of what's playing in this world and sell it to the music industry at a steep price. But then, on the other hand, we have the real world, the physical world, where clubs and bars and music venues vibrate with music every single night. This is where music truly matters, where it converts listeners into fans. The thing is, data gathered from this space, from this area, from clubs and bars, what music is playing where and when in the real world, is a lot more important. It's loaded with analytical and predictive value. So if this data is so game-changing, so important, why isn't there a company providing it to the industry as it is in the digital world? Well, the truth is that several very well-funded companies, such as Pioneer, for example, have tried to aggregate this data. However, they always, all of them, hit a wall. They find a barrier when it's time for them to scale beyond a few dozen venues. Let's see why that happens. So on the one hand, they use very expensive, fancy, proprietary hardware that is expensive to install and maintain, and it just cannot scale. And number two is that they cannot incentivize the venues to collaborate with them, to give them this data, because they give them nothing in return. So how did we overcome these barriers at Mood? Let me present to you the Mood application. And actually, I'm going to show you the application right now. This is the Mood application, and it lets you know what music is playing in real time in the real world, in bars and clubs around the town. This is happening right now in Athens. So basically, Mood is an app that introduces the new nightlife to the world. Mood allows users to listen in real time to the music playing in clubs and bars around them. Scrolling through the app, as you might have noticed, is like taking a virtual tour of the city's venues before committing to a night out. So basically how that works is the DJ lets us record from his microphone, from the microphone of their phone, and in return we give him exposure to our tens of thousands of users that we have acquired. This is a fundamentally different approach because it solves both the barriers that we mentioned before, both technological scalability, because we use the DJ's phone in a very lightweight manner, and incentivization, because we provide the DJ with exposure, and with not only exposure, but very, very targeted exposure, because we match make them with users that are the perfect fit for them, because we know both the musical profile of the DJ through their data, and also the user's musical profile through their Spotify data. So our solution, by solving these two issues, has the potential to scale. This is what differentiates us from our competitors. It can scale effortlessly, and in fact, it has done that already within Greece. And when you have this data at scale, we call it public performance data, officially. When you have this data at scale, you can solve a variety of problems within the music industry. First of all, you can provide analytics for how tracks are performing. These are very interesting metrics for record labels and publishers and even individual artists, so that they can optimize their promotion, their marketing, and so on. They can see what works and what doesn't. Number two, which is also extremely important, is the distribution of performance royalties. If you own a venue, you pay a fixed fee for the music that you play, but then this fixed fee has to be distributed to the artists that played. And to do so, there has to be information about which artist played where and when. And there are more and more applications that we can go on forever. For example, there is the fact that royalties tend to become an asset class, and even big hedge funds are investing in royalties from music catalogs now. And given our data's predictive value, it can help in this use case as well. So far, we have managed to successfully kickstart our network effect within Greece. In fact, we have gathered the biggest data set that has ever existed in the world. We have surpassed our competitors in terms of data critical mass. We have gathered more than 3 million data points. Actually, this deck is a few weeks old, from over 200 venues around Greece. And the next step for us, with that in mind, is to raise our seed round and replicate this ecosystem building approach in big cities abroad, like big metropolis that have both the qualitative criteria that we are looking for, like a nightlife culture, but also the quantitative criteria, like big royalty revenues and big interest for track analytics from labels. So before I move on to the questions, I would like to clarify that in the music industry, this is a very important moment, a very transformative moment, because both the authorities and the stakeholders themselves, the publishers, the labels, and so on, they are pushing for a transparent solution to be found when it comes to monitoring what's playing out there. And everyone is trying to solve this with hardware. We believe we have found the solution through incentivization and network effect. And this is a race, and the one who's going to win the race is the one who finds the key to scalability first. So if you're an investor, we want to ask you, do you believe that going door to door and asking venues to install hardware, do you believe this is the solution? Or do you believe that tapping into the DJ network is the solution? Thank you. If you have any questions, we can go on.
What is the team that implemented Mood?
So actually, the team of co-founders consists of 3 people, me, Irene, and Dimitris. We all have an engineering background, but we all focus on different areas. Dimitris is the more technical algorithm genius. I am more on the business and finance side. I have a background in management consulting. And Irene is the creative spirit. She's our designer. But apart from the founding team, we are now 8 people after raising a pre-seed round in the summer. And we are looking to grow to 10 people by early January of 2024. Yeah, that's it.
So could you please once again clarify the business model, because I didn't quite understand it.
Mm-hmm. So that's a very good question, because it's not clear so far. We are at a very early stage. We know there is huge demand from various music industry stakeholders for this kind of data. And what is this kind of data is which song played where and when out there in clubs and bars and music venues. So the use cases that we are going to eventually monetize revolve either around analytics or royalties. So in a very plain explanation of what the business model is selling the data, probably with a subscription, to stakeholders that are interested in this data, which can be either publishers. Publishers are the ones that have the money, so probably mostly publishers, record labels, individual artists, or organizations that manage royalties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
very much. Our next speaker is Gerasimos Arvanitis, presenting Avisense.
Hello, good morning. My name is Gerasimos Arvanitis. I am the CEO of Avisense. Avisense is a spin-off company of the University of Patras and Athena Research Center, and its main activities are related to providing solutions for autonomous and semi-autonomous vehicles that will help drivers to increase their safety, situational awareness, driving performance and experience, and the decision-making process. Let's start with a brief overview of the issue. Each day, numerous lives are tragically lost due to the silent epidemic of carless driving. Many nations advocate for the concept of a safe transportation system, aiming to enhance security and prevent accidents by minimizing human errors and addressing risky behaviors. However, as a society, we have not achieved yet to overcome these challenges, given the inherent limitations and unexpected behaviors of both humans and infrastructures. The introduction of autonomous vehicles will add a new layer of complexity to the situation. So our goal is to develop highly innovative systems that address current challenges and anticipate potential future ones by enhancing driver skills and capabilities beyond their sensors. This is the core team of Avisense that will achieve this goal. Our team consists of experts from various domains, including robotics, software development, deep learning, AI, and XR applications. And this multidisciplinary and complementary expertise equips us to address complex challenges in the automotive industry effectively. Prior to founding Avisense, the team was actively involved in a lot of European and industrial projects with a focus on applications in autonomous driving. This prior expertise not only established the groundwork for our innovative solutions, but also provided valuable insights into market needs and user requirements, existing gaps and challenges. And additionally, it facilitated the collaboration with numerous industrial partners and stakeholders, expanding our network and connections with key players in this domain. As we referred, a lot of challenges persist, including high cost associated with the new technologies, real-time executions limitations, general complexity of the world, and diverse user backgrounds. So our goal is to create tools and solutions that address these challenges and at the same time satisfy both the end users and the requirements of the industry, which is actually our consumers. We use user-centered design architecture, ensuring the human is an integral part of the loop. This means that the user receives useful information from the smart vehicle, such as warnings, suggestions, visual AR content, etc. And then they will provide feedback that aids the system in learning individual drivers' characteristics, enabling more personalized outcomes. Our ambition is to become the leading company providing solutions that any driver can understand, trust, and use. Our vision is to evolve contemporary vehicles from lifeless machines to omniscient and trustworthy partners. And our mission is to enhance cooperative perception and awareness in connected and semi-autonomous vehicles in order to improve the quality of users' lives. In order to increase the senses of the driver, we tend to provide explainable and non-destructive AR content that allows drivers to overcome situational disabilities and stressful or unexpected situations, to improve their environmental and social behavior, increase the physical and mental state, and elevate their capabilities. For instance, enabling them to see behind objects, as illustrated in this figure. This foresight empowers drivers with more time to react and make better decisions about upcoming events. Just to mention here that we have also a pending patent application in PCT related to this innovative approach. Additionally, we have developed a suite of tools dedicated to enhancing vehicle sensing by analyzing data from internal, external, and cooperative driving sources. Our solutions efficiently boost vehicle sensing and perception, and the key features include reliable localization, mapping, and real-time scene analysis through multimodal data fusion. For instance, we have significantly enhanced GPS accuracy from 5 to 10 meters to less than 1 meter in urban environments using our Fusion SIM. And also we have elevated the performance of low-cost sensors, making them comparable to high-quality sensors that cost 10 times more. And the loop that we presented earlier closes with the simulation platform that is used for testing, evaluating, and validating our solutions in a free-risk environment. Now let's see about the market and the competitors. We have to say that the global market for autonomous vehicles is still evolving. So we assume that there is a clear window of opportunity for us in this market, since there is an increasing interest in autonomous vehicle solutions in the transportation industry. There are global demands to reduce accidents. There is an absence of a single company dominating the market, and the market is not limited to passenger vehicles. Of course, our priority is the automotive, since we have prior expertise there. However, our solutions are scalable and easily can be used in other domains too, like logistics, autonomous robots, agrotechnology, and more. The following table illustrates our offering in comparison to direct competitors, showcasing that we have some strategic advantages. Here we present our key partners. We have a close research collaboration with the University of Patras and Athena Research Center, as we originated as a spin-off from them, entering a 1-year contract with Panasonic Automotive. We have funding from ESABIC, providing crucial support for the advancement of our solutions. And we have established a partnership and collaboration with innovative sensor manufacturers like Huawei, specializing in radar imaging, and Zenomatics, specializing in solid-state LiDAR, aiming to enhance the capabilities of their sensors through our innovative solutions. Summarizing the anticipated social impact and outcomes of our solutions are the reduction of deaths, severity of crashes, number of accidents, and the driver's stress level, to improve the driving experience and safety, to transform the perception from a need to travel to a wish to travel, and to increase the feeling of trust and acceptance of drivers for the new technologies of explainable AI and augmented reality. So thank you. That's all for me.
Any questions?
Once again, I would like to ask you about your business model. How are you going to earn money? Who is going to pay? How much, and so on?
Actually, Avisense is a new startup that commenced operation in July 2023. While we have made dynamic strides in our journey so far, we acknowledge the path ahead is extensive. Our approach is deliberated, focusing on step-by-step progress. First, we aim to enhance the value of our minimum viable product, MVP, safeguard the intellectual properties through additional patent applications, fortify existing collaborations, and explore new industrial partnerships. Our core team comprises mostly from scientists and engineers with strong technical collaboration. And while we have a robust plan for developing our solutions, we recognize the need to strengthen our business acumen and market analysis skills. So acquiring these skills is pivotal for establishing ourselves as a formidable player in this domain.
Thank you again. And
Thank you.
we continue with our next speaker, Panagiotis Kokmotos, representing Care Exchange. Mr. Christos Panagiotou from TerraPlus.
Hello, I'm very glad to be here with you. I'm Christos Panagiotou and I represent TerraPlus. TerraPlus is a young SME established about a year ago in Patras and is a technology organization that is focused on delivering trust and transparency in the agri-food products. Well, in general, there is a demand that increases from year to year on having an increased transparency and traceability on agri-food products. This demand comes either from the consumers that need to have more trust on what they consume and what they buy from the retail, to have options regarding whether the products they consume consider, I don't know, environmental impact of the production, animal welfare, or either they are organic cultivation using fertilizers or not. But also this demand comes also from the authorities and regulation bodies that need to somehow protect the supply chain of the agri-food products. The agri-food sector is a huge domain. As a starting point, we focused on a particular part of it, the wine production, which actually think that is a domain that has great interest also for Greece. And of course, we have an interest due to family tradition on wine production as well. The problem in the wine production industry is that we faced several times, and we will definitely face in the future as well, several cases where blending premium products with low-quality wines has been applied in many cases in order to increase the profit of the intermediate parties of the supply chain. All these malpractices cost the European Union a total cost of around 2.7 billion euros per year. The wine market, as already implied, is a quite large market of around $300 billion per year, where Europe has the largest share of it, of around 63%. Of course, Europe is represented mainly by countries with strong tradition and share in the wine production, such as France, Italy, and Spain, but Greece as well, with specific topic origins, claims its respective share from this market as well, with a lot of high-quality products and a lot of labels with protected geographical origin. The Greek market consists of around 1,600 wineries, where we envision that at some point we can reach at least the half of them and communicate our solution. So, haven't talked so far about our solution. TerraPlus has designed a platform based on distributed web technologies and aims to provide all these transparency and traceability throughout the supply chain of the wine production. The supply chain of the wine production starts from the yards, where producers cultivates and of course then we move forward to processing and producing the wine, storing it, or transferring it from site to site until it reaches the retail. Our target is mainly the wine producers that have a vertical production, meaning that they cultivate their yards, they produce their wines and they distribute it, or even to associations of wine productions, of wine producers. Of course, the TerraPlus solution can be also communicated and delivered to large retail organizations that can demand from their suppliers to adopt such solutions that can deliver and verify the quality of the product they produce. So, we're actually based our immutability and transparency that we claim on blockchain. This is the core of the TerraPlus platform, and in parallel, we have several integration hooks with Internet of Things, where precision agriculture plays a significant role, or any automation that the production and the supply chain can support. All this information travels from point to point until it reaches the retail, where it is depicted on the label of the product. Actually, the label of the product has a QR code where the user can scan it and have all the digital profile of the wine. One significant added value to that is that the user can also give feedback back to the whole supply chain. So each part of the supply chain, whether it is the producer or the logistics part or the processor, can have a feedback on the quality of the wine and the experience that the user had from the product. More or less, I think I have set the frame around the added value of our solution. Briefly, we can say that TerraPlus can deliver the trust that the producer needs to have in order to increase its share in the wine market. A digital profile describes the specificities and the characteristics and all the things that can give a clear view of the final product, and this digital profile is stored and offered in an immutable way. So no one that wants to adopt malpractices and jeopardize the quality of the product can do it, since this information cannot be changed. Finally, all this we can achieve with the validated technology of blockchain. Our pricing plan for our services is based on software as a service. We try to address the requirements from all the categories of stakeholders. So we have an entry plan where small producers can subscribe and have a first let's say, adoption of our TerraPlus solution. Then for larger establishments and supply chains, we have the yard plan, where more services are offered, such as the integration with automation installments and precision agriculture solutions that already exist. And finally, we can also come together with the stakeholder and the client, discuss their specific requirements, and have a tailor-made solution with TerraPlus as the core. We do not claim that we are the only one in this market, since there are already SMEs that are active in several domains that TerraPlus is related to. We have representatives from the digital traceability, from the precision agriculture, from blockchain solutions. But what TerraPlus tries to offer as an added value is, of course, the holistic approach, since we encompass various different characteristics of the supply chain, including fertilizers that are used during the cultivations, specific cultivation techniques, certifications from public authorities, or any regulations that the chain complies to. And finally, we have the feedback from the consumers, which is could be very valuable for the producer to know how to improve its quality, or verify that what it delivers satisfies its audience. The founding team has a strong technology background. TerraPlus was founded by Dimitris Karadimas and Christos Panagiotou. We are both computer engineers with experience on many projects, either development projects or of the private sector, or research projects funded by European and national funds. Our team complements from software developers as well, and business development people, but of course we are still growing, and we need more people to support our effort in both aspects, business development and technical support. Our timeline so far, actually, as you can see, before 2022, we have participated in several initiatives, either funded projects from European funds, or incubators and competitions. In any case, TerraPlus team have achieved to get a lot of knowledge and experience on how to establish a concrete business plan, and we have been established officially on August 22. So, this is my presentation of our solution. I'll be very glad to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. There is no time left for questions, but if one of the evaluators has a short question, no? Okay. I think you covered all the issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We skipped care exchange, but he will be with us just before the end of the session, of the second session. Now let's go to Ms. Ioanna Sotiropoulou, presenting artificial intelligence and cannabinoids. Sounds very interesting.
Morning.
Μιλήστε μας λιγάκι.
Good morning, everyone. Am I listening?
Hello?
Do you hear me?
We can hear you, but not very well.
Now, do you hear me better?
Perfect.
Okay.
You may start.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ioanna Sotiropoulou, and I'm here today as a representative of the Institute of Research and Innovation in order to present to you our latest project on artificial intelligence and cannabinoids. The project consists of 2 chatbots and a virtual reality. Chatbot is a program that mimics human conversation to resolve a range of customer inquiries. When a customer contacts the company via any channel, the chatbot is available to welcome them and deal with their queries promptly using text, voice, or a combination of these. Some advantages of chatbots include...
Can you please share your presentation first? We only see you.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was sharing my screen. Wait a second. Now? Okay. Can I start over again?
Not yet.
Full screen. Okay, now?
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Well, chatbot is a program that mimics human conversation to resolve a range of customer inquiries. When a customer contacts the company via any channel, the chatbot is available to welcome them and deal with their queries promptly using text, voice, or a combination of these. Some advantages of chatbots include cost effectiveness, time saving, 24 hours, 7 days a week availability, reduction in customer waiting time, and the identification of potential business opportunities. However, how can chatbots benefit businesses? First of all, by providing a chatbot on business website or through a call center application, customers can be directed to the chatbot initially to help them with their issues. Chatbots can handle route inquiries, and when human attention is required, they can transfer users to customer care agents. Furthermore, chatbots can be programmed to troubleshoot the most common problems encountered by employees when utilizing IT infrastructure. Finally, chatbots are not aware of geographical boundaries, as they are easy to modify for additional geographical areas, whether it is for timing or language. Beyond the definition of chatbots, it is significant to define virtual reality. Virtual reality creates a computer-generated environment featuring realistic scenes and objects that immerse the user in their surroundings by using a VR headset or helmet. Virtual reality plays a crucial role in marketing as it enables companies to bridge the divide between experience and actions, promoting their products and services, to showcase development by engaging customers and providing feedbacks, and to advertise their products directly to consumers. The Institute of Research and Innovations project is a cooperative effort and includes a platform which contains AI chatbots that provide specialized information on the field of health, such as cannabinoids and food supplements. The chatbots are trained by a team of the Institute that inputs text and then asks simple questions, either written or verbal, to check the clarity and validity of the answers. Except from chatbots, Erie Beyond has developed a virtual reality environment that can be customized based on the preferences of every company or organization. The chatbots can also be incorporated as an avatar, if desired, into this environment. It is particularly important to note that the Institute has the expertise to create chatbots and virtual reality for other scientific fields as well. Here you can see the framework of one of the two chatbots, which provides the ability to insert an oral or a written question in both Greek and English, and subsequently respond orally or in writing in Greek or in English in a few seconds. Here you can notice the interface of the second chatbot, which specializes in providing information about cannabinoids. It is still under construction, so questions and answers are only given in writing in both Greek and English. This image is a snapshot of the virtual environment we have designed, featuring one of the two chatbots. The customer can enter the virtual reality and interact directly with the chatbot. This project will lead to the cooperation of the Institute with companies that will express interest in either funding or using it, while it is an easy-to-use and innovative marketing tool. In addition, it can contribute to data analysis and decision-making, improve service customers' experience, and enhance supply chain management by predicting and identifying potential issues before they cause problems. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Did you have any questions?
Any quick questions?
So can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I was wondering what differentiates you from another very famous chatbot, let's say ChatGPT, and what is the training data that you use for training this chatbot?
Well, first of all, the training data that we use are studies from the global scientific community and information from books that the professor of our institute has written.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't get only one thing. So you are a spin-off or a research center?
is a research center, and we're trying to make it also a spin-off.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then, thank you very much. We'll make a little jump to the speakers to the second session, just a small change, and we'll change the sequence. Our next speaker will be Theodore Deligiannis, and he will present the Heron Sports Project.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So just a moment so I can share my screen. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Heron Sports Project is a project about customized and personalized design running footwear. We're a team that consists of basically of engineers and scientists that also love sports, and we have this idea of designing the perfect shoe for running athletes and enthusiasts. We identified the problem of choosing the right shoe, and that causes no problem regarding comfort and injury problems, because the market, the current market situation is so that mass produced shoes are based on statistics and statistical models, and they are not designed on the specific needs of athletes. So we developed a method that consists of retrieving data of the geometries of the feet of the athletes, and then design the shoe around that. And also at the second level, let the athlete run and put some sensors in their shoes and analyze their technique, and use this as an input for our design algorithm, and so adjust the design to the specific technique of each athlete. We have gained a grant from the European Union for a research for some experiments that we did in collaboration with the physical education laboratory in Thessaloniki. So we produced some experimental footwear, and we let some high performance athletes to try them. We tested them in the laboratory, and the results were positive. So they were comfortable, and they liked them. So we measured the oxygen consumption and actually the fatigue of the athletes, and also their balance, and were comparable to the control shoes that we let them test, which were some ordinary running shoes from the market. And so the results were positive, and we want to build on this and further expand our research and our business model. So the difference from the traditional process of making a shoe is that we design it around the athlete. The production is with 3D printing, so it can cover the customization part, and also the price is increased in comparison with mass-produced running footwear. Our target market are runners and professional or enthusiasts that are seeking for an orthotic supplement. So this is the specific group, which is quite big. There's a big portion of runners that have some problem in the training and are seeking for some supplements or some solution to help them feel more comfortable in their shoes. So there is quite a big prospect, if it goes well, that we can cover this gap in the market, targeting this specific group. So as far as their operation model, we plan to sell these sensors along with the shoe. So there is continuous feedback with the athlete. So every time that an athlete is running, we gather the data, and if we see something different or a problem or some change, we can change our model and suggest to the athlete that he or she changes the shoe, and we can design a new one based on the new data that we have. We plan to go to expand in the market with sports events, also with some partners from the medical sector, physicians, physiotherapists, and also some high-profile athlete figures that can help us expand our business. As far as the competition is concerned, the big companies are not willing to go to this process because they're already happy with how they're running their footwear industry. So it's a different operation model, which has the customization part inside. So there are not many companies that have the same vision as ours. There are few, and they are based mostly on the geometry customization and not on the technique driven customization. So this is our main difference. So as far as the next steps are concerned, we try to participate in competitions and events for further fundraising, and continue with our research and develop further our prototype. And so we develop our networking as well. We have participated in a startup accelerator cycle in Thessaloniki, which belongs to the Alexandria Innovation Zone, and also we have been selected in the National Bank of Greece Innovation Competition, the first stage, which is currently running. So we're active in this part. This is our main team, which consists of engineers and sports scientists, designers. I'm an engineer myself, and also we have started a collaboration with the biomechanics department of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, as far as new experiments design is concerned. Thank you for listening to me and this project, and I can hear your questions.
Thank you for this fine presentation. Any short questions? No? Okay. All the issues are clear. Thank you again.
Okay.
We will stop for a short break, coffee break for 15 minutes, and we'll come back with another 8 or 9 companies. Okay, after this interesting short break, we continue with Mr. Christos Ioakimidis from CBEMS.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Christos Ioakimidis. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Intelig. The company is Intelig, that is based in Athens, Greece. And what I will present you today is our main product service called CBEMS, which is a cloud-based software as a service tool for building energy management systems. It is a tool that we have tested, and we're looking forward to be able to rocket the energy and environmental savings right now to the buildings, being public and private ones. So it is a self-learning adjusting, which is based on artificial intelligence system by making use also of occupant preferences. It is a wireless cloud-based, so that means that it is faster for CBEMS. It is a remote control. It has a remote control of multi-zonal on the HVAC and lighting, and can be for any kind, size, and complexity of building or number of buildings. While we make use of a very user-friendly Internet of Things platform that is certified and can monitor and control multiple buildings remotely under a patent process. And this is a market which currently is expanding. It's an emerging market, and it is forecasting to become 20 billion in 2029 with 12.4% currently of growth, where we as a company are operating right now in 4 main countries, which is Greece, Spain, Luxembourg, and Belgium. And we are looking forward to be able in 2027 to have a 0.25% of the TAM and to be one of the major players globally. The problem itself, we know it is the energy consumption in buildings, not just in Greece, but also in European and global. It's the #1 consumption sector. Buildings consume more or less, let's put it like this, 40% of the energy, and 36% of this corresponds to the CO2 emissions. Of this amount, 80% it goes to the billing regarding the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and lighting. And there are a number of public and private buildings. In public building, there are more than 220 million in European Union, with 10% being the public ones. Yeah. So there is a big number of inefficient buildings in Europe, Greece, and globally. Now, what we suggest and we bring with our solution is a 25% lower installation cost because we have a wireless network. So, and plus 40% of energy savings by making use of the artificial intelligence, as we mentioned before. And finally, the fact that we as a company have been selected by European Union and to collaborate with Deloitte and Carbon Trust from UK to create a CO2 emissions calculator. We call it operated CO2 emissions calculator on buildings, where it can fulfill a number of different United Nations objectives, at least 8, as you can see here. We provide an end-to-end solution that is very important, which means that our client, being in the public or private sector as a building or building manager, does not have to worry for anything. We take care of everything from the beginning, and we bring it at the end, all the solution. This is very, very important. This is just a small sample of the information that we are giving to our client, and it is just a simple Excel with some basic information that we need to be able to make the offer and start going through the contract with them. So this is regarding the energy, the building and the system specification, and it will not take more than 15 to 30 minutes maximum to get this information so that we can go ahead, and then they do not have to worry for anything, as I have mentioned before. Now, regarding the tool that I mentioned, the CO2 emissions calculator for the buildings, on the operation sector, which is for the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and lighting. It can be done for any building, either being new or existing one in any kind of country. So you can see here an example. We have input parameters, which is the country, the building type, so it can be either an apartment or an office, the surface area that we know in advance anyway, the energy usage that it can be from a different kind of energy source, being natural gas or petroleum or electricity, which comes from the electricity bill that we had before, and when this was measured, so it can be either monthly, weekly, or yearly, and when this meter reading was taken. And the expected result that we get is the energy savings in percentage and the carbon savings on kilogram per CO2 per year or per month, okay? So that is the CO2 emissions calculator and can be used for any kind of building anywhere in Europe and globally. Of course, there is some competition regarding if somebody will ask about it, but the fact is that we as a company, with all the different kind of assets that I mentioned before, are capable of offering a solution, a software as a service that can give 40% of energy savings, and we are in the top globally regarding this aspect. The revenue model that we are making use, it is based on a license fee of the software itself, as you can understand, plus, if it is needed, the hardware. So we provide also the hardware, which means the sensors, and also we are getting a percentage on the energy savings on building, which is for the medium, large customers, clients, which in this case, if somebody will ask who are the medium or large, well, it has to do mainly with the fact that it's more larger buildings or buildings that they consume more. So we measure this on the data points, as you can see here, which is the main thing that we do see. Our clients can be BEMS consultants, system integrators, ESCOs, and of course, any public authorities, including municipalities and governmental bodies. And of course, building owners, managers, and so on. As a company, we have been able to commercialize, and we have strategic partners which are in Belgium, United States, and Spain, and we are now in process in collaboration with other partners all over Europe, while of course we are trying to expand further on our company with B2B meetings and being in various proposals, being national and international ones, while trying to advertise it, of course, our company through different kinds of methods. We are looking to be able to establish ourselves in these countries that I mentioned before for 2023, while expanding further on in other major European countries like Germany, France, or UK in 24, and of course to be able to get further on in the United States and globally. For the present time, we have been able, after 2 years, to get pilots and then to have them as clients with an 85% conversion rate. We currently have 10 clients, and we have signed a multi-million contract with a public authority, and we have 30 buildings, 20 public and 10 private, in these 4 countries that I have mentioned before, in a total of 25,000 square meters. We have a number of actions that you can see here with different kinds of the public sector in Greece or abroad, and with medium or large companies abroad also. Now, that's what I have mentioned before, and you can see a number of buildings that they can be schools, offices, sports centers, churches, yes. And while at the same time, by being able to show this very good example, we have been selected once again by European Union and by other bodies like the United Nations to proceed on new contracts with the public authorities. We are also in the process of the funding, and we are in the first case, seed funding. We started from September 1st, and we are now looking for 900,000 euros in the next 12 months, where the most of this money will be for the personnel and then on the marketing and advertising, because it corresponds to the growth of the company itself. We are looking to be able, after that round, to go in a Series A, which we would consider to be 18 months, so to be able to get really great profits after that and to get afterwards finally to Series B. So after 4.5, 5 years to be able to exit the company. Now the team itself is very experienced. We are 8 persons and we have 4 PhDs inside, They have been working in that field for at least 60 years together in the energy sector, as I have mentioned. And we combine the experience with the youth talent, as you can see here, with a number of different mentors that they are very, very helpful in our process. This is what we have been able to achieve right now. So we have been part of different accelerators, being either national or European ones. We have been collaborating extensively with the National Research Center here or universities in Greece and in Europe. And we have a number of clients that we are looking forward to expand it, being also in Greece or abroad. As I have mentioned before, one of the things that we are looking is to be able to get funded, so to expand further and to become really a global company and a global player in that area. But this can be done, of course, with a strategic partnership with medium-large companies, being that in the national sector, in the telecom, construction, or hotel, or energy, under a license agreement. And of course, further on, if we are able to get this, to proceed on the next round financial aid. So that was my presentation, and thank you very much for your time. I'm looking for your questions.
Any questions? No. Okay, everything was clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. So is it my turn now? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So let me share my screen. Hi, I'm Alex from AltoSite. I'm the CEO and co-founder of software as a service system that does price monitoring. We are a next generation price monitoring software. We are using AI in order to match products and give online prices to brands / manufacturers and retailers. The problem with current tools is that they offer very basic insights. It takes a lot for a user to set up their account and also to maintain it. They have to manually track which products of which competitors they want to monitor and submit them to the platforms. And if an e-commerce website wants to change the prices automatically based on what the competition is doing, the functionalities of the existing tools are very limited. So the problem we address is that right now, online retailers, if they want to see at what prices their competition is selling their products, they have to manually check their prices, go to each website. They might do this manually once or twice per month. Or they might use some websites like Scrooge or some other websites in other countries But these marketplaces do not give all the websites available online, so they also have to check direct websites as well. And also brands, they want to see who is selling their products, because some of them might not be authorized to sell their products in some countries. They want to compare their retail prices to other competing products and gauge what's the difference. And also in the US, brands also want to monitor the minimum advertised price. This is something like our recommended retail price, but in the US they can monitor it and enforce it with full legality. And so they also want to monitor marketplace sellers and who sells their products as well. Our product, we use AI to match the products across different websites. It's human-assisted AI, and we can discover and monitor those products on a daily, monthly, or weekly basis, and we deliver this data through our dashboard and through an email report to the client. We have a very advanced repricing model, which uses some AI as well. So the client can adapt their pricing strategies on a number of factors and have a different pricing strategy for each competitor. And the implementation of the account is swift and very fast and simple for the user. They don't have to provide anything other than the products that they want to monitor, and we take care of the rest. And our AI is also adaptive, so it's learning over time and it's improving for the products we monitor. And our solution is very scalable and adaptable to the client's needs, and it can be tailored to suit every business need. This is the snapshot of the dashboard. I won't go into a lot of detail to not go over the time limit of the presentation. These are some of our current active paying clients. We are usually saving 11 hours per week for some companies that are tracking those product prices on a weekly basis. We are part of Elevate Greece, and we have also recently joined the Egg Startup Accelerator, and we are also participant of Kemel Advisory. We started our company officially in 2019, and currently we have over 30 clients in multiple industries and countries, mostly in Greece for now, but we also have some other countries. We have bootstrapped our company. We haven't received any outside funding to 120K annual recurring revenue. For 2023, our growth year over year is 94% with 5% churn and some other customer numbers as well. The market is a greenfield market. It's the retail industry, so it's a pretty greenfield market. Our addressable market is 18 billion, which is calculated by 5 million of total businesses across Europe, North and South America, and Australia. We have an average annual contract right now of 3.6K, so multiplied it, we arrive at 18 billion addressable market. Our sector is retail and manufacturing. Manufacturing in the sense that the brand manufactures its products and sells them to e-commerce, to e-retailers. And we have some very healthy customer numbers, which allow most, if not all, acquisition channels, so we can pay a good number of money to acquire a customer, because we have a high lifetime value and annual recurring revenue for each client. Also, there is a high barrier to enter the market as the product is pretty hard to develop and also to scale. And we are currently raising a seed round. So these are our projections for the next 5 years upon acquiring the seed funding. Also, a side note, we have not received outside funding, but we have received a small grant from from Elevate Greece. And here is our competition. I won't go into a lot of details. The core concept is that these two, Price to Spy and Pricing, these two competitors are towards SMBs mostly, and those two competitors are mostly targeting enterprise clients. So these two competitors offer very basic solutions, so we think we can compete a lot with them. These two competitors offer more sophisticated solutions. We believe we can also compete with them as we evolve our product, but they only target enterprise clients and they are pretty expensive software, so we believe we can compete with them both on a product level and on a pricing level. We are looking to raise 700,000 for 15% of our company as a seed round. With this money, we want to build a core team of 8 players to scale the company, improve our web app and product, and to introduce more capabilities and features. We also want to increase our marketing and sales so we can predictably bring new clients every month. And generally increase the websites we monitor. Right now, our funds are used mostly in R&D and sales and marketing. We have some high fixed costs because our revenues are relatively low. As we increase our revenues, we expect to use 50% of funds into R&D, 30% in sales and marketing, and the rest in standard fixed costs. This is the team. I have experience in marketing. I'm the CEO, and I'm doing mostly sales, marketing, and product. Pierpaolo is my co-founder. He's the CTO who has a lot of coding experience and is refactoring the software, the platform to be more scalable. Giacomo is an entry-level engineer, software engineer. He's very skilled. He learns very quickly and he has some great ideas. And we also have 2 mentors, Maria Palidou from Fosprint, who also suggested us to attend this event, to apply for this event. And George Boretos from Kemel, who is the CEO of Future App. Both of them have many years of experience in Maria in financial management and George in AI pricing and startup experience. Both of them have been pivotal in our company. And with that, I want to thank you for your time and take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any quick questions? Okay, everything is clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
I made a mistake. I had promised to Mr. Stamatiu to jump in. Can we? Okay. Ελάτε. Mr. Stamatis, not Stamatiu. Mr. Anastasis Stamatis. I mixed the two, okay?
Yeah, it's
I
all right.
merged them. Anastasis Stamatis will present Dataphoria.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. So, hi everyone, I'm Anastasis, co-founder and CEO of Dataphoria, where we deploy sustainability analytics. And the reason we're doing that is that there is a huge wave of companies and cities that are not only ethically, but also legally right now required to report and improve their sustainability performance. They need to dive into a wide range of diverse business metrics, find the right KPIs, and then disclose these to investors, the state, consumers, their board, and also machines. A tedious challenge at best. What's more is that the number of companies required to do this will increase by 5-fold over the next 2 to 3 years. So more than 40,000 companies will face these requirements in the imminent future. And up until now, this has been done either manually, through collecting the data once per year, or by using specific self-serve platforms where after you collect all the data, you have to put them in and get the result. Or alternatively, you might connect into some automated ERP connectors and get the information you might have in your systems already out there. At Dataphoria, we consider this a huge burden for the company, a huge obstacle towards sustainable development. So we are here to redefine the sustainability transition with data. And we are building what we call the first analytics as a service for sustainability reporting. Instead of software, we've built a list of processes for data integration, collection, analysis, and visualization, all focused around sustainability. And with this comes a lot of flexibility, which at the current stage of sustainability and ESG market is more than welcomed. So let's talk about data collection. Instead of providing a singular platform where people can put their data in, we adapt to the data governance system each company has. So, made ERP systems, we connect to these. Some spreadsheets who track basic sustainability information, we can connect to that. Some information that is found on a piece of paper in some employee's desk, we can build forms to take this information in, adapting to the company and making it easy for them. Once we get this information, once we have it in our own data lakes and data warehouses, then we can begin the real analysis work, and what's more, we can build a data pipeline. So once this process has been set up once, we can automatically update data every week, every month, every quarter as needed. Now, when the data is on our systems, we can also deploy a personalized ESG analytics dashboard. That's a visualization showing exactly the KPIs each company needs to track for their own sustainability performance. And that's quite important because the latest frameworks require companies to choose from a selection of over 1,000 data points, some of them being descriptive, some numerical, some even tables with more disclosure information. So it is quite important for each company to have exactly the elements it needs in a simplified yet mature way in order to follow on for sustainability transition. As I mentioned initially, more than 40,000 companies will be required to report on sustainability across Europe, and with this comes great competition in the market. Apart from all the software as a service issues we mentioned, we are the only analytics as a service, and we thrive on flexibility. So on the way we can ingest data in the platform, and the way we can provide the analytics and the visualizations our clients need. Apart from that, our architecture also enables us to deploy on-prem, thus bypassing any security concerns that are very usual, especially with the high value assigned to ESG data in the current day. We began in 2021. We had our first client over the first few months, and in the second year, we expanded to the UK as well, getting some clients from there. We built some strategic partnerships also with Big Four consulting firms in Greece. And then we surpassed last year's revenue in the first quarter of 2023. We continued on the second quarter by finishing our first pilot projects with listed enterprises here. And the third quarter, we focused on our pre-seed round, and we'll get to that. So two singular pilots. After working with a lot of SMEs in Greece and the UK, we decided we should test our infrastructure for a larger company. That's when we found Nestlé Hellas, with whom we completed a pilot project on their own ESG data, and at the same time, we expanded into the net zero cities market with a prominent provider in that space. For our services, we charge a dual fee, one for the setup of the data pipelines and the infrastructure, and after that, an annual subscription for the continuous update with new data, including monitoring and sustainability performance enhancement by our sustainability specialists. We generate revenue through 4 different streams, either directly through Big Four consultants and other prominent companies, also smaller ESG consultants, and through collaboration with other green tech companies, such as our UK partners, for whom we undertake data collection management, and they undertake sustainability rating, for example, because in this we're all together. So following an initial investment that happened very recently, we anticipate break-even at the end of the second year, with 40% of our revenue being recurring from from the maintenance and the subscription cost of the data pipelines, and reaching 6 million euros in revenues by year 5. We're a team of 7 now with 2 founders, myself and Fenya. All of us people who care about sustainability, global shapers of the World Economic Forum, European Climate Pact ambassadors, data scientists, sustainability specialists, all uniting under a common purpose, and that is redefining sustainability transition with data. I'm very happy to share, we currently closed our pre-seed funding round over an impact fund called Investing for Purpose, active in Greece. We closed 225 plus another 100, so 325,000 euros in total to help us propel our efforts towards sustainability. So now we are at the product market fit aspect of our plan. Currently, we are on the market. We are working on projects with companies small and large, trying to understand what the market tells us about the transition towards sustainability. And at the end of this 6-month period, we plan to find our beachhead and have a specific focus, going for a specific niche of those 40,000 companies we mentioned before. So now we're right here, and of course we have the ask, since we are right in front of you. If you know of any company, big or small, that would benefit from ESG strategy and from the transition towards sustainability, please do connect us. We're here to help make our future a more secure one. I'm Anastasis from Dataforia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from our evaluators? No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for coming all the way from Athens. You too. Okay, our next presentation is... are we connected with Vivartia? Not yet. Vivestia, sorry. Okay, then the next one is Vasilios Nikolaou from Luca.
Are we good? Okay, hi everyone, I'm Vasilis, I'm from Luca. We are a brain health startup for athletes. And what this means is mental health and concussions, but today I'm just going to focus on mental health. Well, I'm pretty sure all of us have experienced a bout of low mood, stress, and anxiety. And when this happens, we don't really know, at least that's for me, we don't really know what's going on. We don't understand what's going on in our head, and nothing or no one is giving us enough information or data to understand whether what we feel is normal based on what's going on in our lives. And frankly, that's a problem with mental health. We, as a society, are taking a very reactive, a very reactionary approach to it. So we're waiting for our symptoms to become conditions before we actually start seeking treatment and do something for it. Unlike physical health, where we're tracking a lot of data, we're tracking body weight, HRV, we're tracking blood levels of iron. With mental health, we do nothing. It's just observed, and we do have the data to do something for it. But the mental health problem is not for everyone, like the mental health problem is for everyone, but for athletes it's even worse. 1 of 3 athletes are actually facing mental health problems sometimes in their career. And that's why we started focusing on them before we moved to the broader public. But what's the solution? What are we making? We're making a data-driven symptom identification tool that is able to ingest data from multiple sources, such as wearable devices or small video or mobile phones, location, heart rates, and everything. And we're using existing and novel AI algorithms to analyze them and understand whether we have the first symptoms of the mental health condition. When we actually do this, we are alerting the athletes that something is wrong, and we're enabling them to seek help in a very discreet, quick, and efficient way. But we're selling to athletes not directly to the personal athletes, but we're selling to their clubs. We're working a B2B subscription model that is charged as per user per year, And we're trying to sell into teams or clubs or academies or schools that actually have some sport activity. That is a huge market, but I'm not going to go into detail right now. We can discuss this later if you want. We've been already working with a few partners, University of Oxford and University of Cambridge, with a British skeleton team, as well as with the Greek Volleyball League, both women and men. So far, we've been assessing almost 500 users, and interestingly enough, 10 of them have been identified as being suicidal. That means 10 users that actually were thinking committing suicide or self-harming themselves. And we're able to help them, and they're able to actually get help. And this might sound small, but there is 10 people that were actually suffering, that are banging their heads on the wall or considering jumping from the window, that are now receiving help just because we help them understand that what they're going through is normal and that they can get some help there. And we're very good in our roadmap. We are currently in the middle of a Pro Angel round. We are working with, as I said, with the universities. We keep working with them, but also expanding to professional clubs as well as the MLR in the States. Where, as I said, we're raising an angel round. It's mainly half raised from pro sport athletes. So, for example, rugby players or rowing athletes in the UK. And we already raised half of it, as I mentioned. And that's a team. Nick is the CEO of the company. He was a pro sport athlete. He played rugby professionally. He got injured and he had his own journey through it. I, on the other hand, I'm a more technical person, but I had my own personal history with depression, so I'm very sensitive on this. We have onboarded Piers recently as an associate that helps us bridge the gap to the US as he's currently playing rugby there. And we have a few advisors that are mainly either athletes or doctors on the field. And that's it. I'm welcoming any questions.
Any questions? Let me ask one. Is your company established in Greece?
Yes. We're both in Greece and the UK. We are working in both countries.
I noticed you have a VAT number, so I assumed you are...
we were established here as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ioannis Daramouskas, welcome. He will present Autonoma.
Okay, sorry. So, hello everybody. I'm very glad and very happy to be here today and have the opportunity to present Autonoma to you. This is the very first event of Autonoma participation, and it's a kind of special day for us. I'm Ioannis Daramouskas. I am a co-founder and CEO of Autonoma, and I'm a software engineer. Now, regarding Autonoma and about us, Autonoma is a recently established Greek SME with an expertise on creating autonomous systems for defense and civil applications. These applications can span from agriculture applications to defense and security applications, and we can have applications about civil and commercial purposes. Our mission in Autonoma is that we want to provide software solutions for multiple vehicle domains. These domains, as you can see, they are aerial domain, which we can have UAVs, fixed wing and quadcopters, the ground domains for ground vehicles, the surface domain, and the space domain. Our purpose is to have a C2 or a mission management software, a sophisticated mission management software, which can utilize advanced autonomy algorithms and swarming capabilities and provide to the end user the opportunity to create missions with all these different kinds of vehicles and different kinds of sensors, and the outcome will be superior situational awareness in the theater of operations. Here we have a short a slide about the market, and analysts and experts expect that by the year of 2032, the market of the autonomous systems and UAV vehicles will exceed 72 billion. And in this slide, we present two graphs. the one for autonomous vehicle market and one for the UAV market size. For track goes for year 2022 to year 2032, and you can see that these markets can have exponential growth. Our team is very experienced and experts in the field, and we have participated in many European projects like Horizon, projects from EDF, from EDA, and from CESAR SJU. Through the participation of this project, we have the track record in creating autonomous systems and algorithms regarding decision making. And as you can see, these algorithms include mission planning, path planning, detect and avoid, collision avoidance, object detection, object tracking, and we have cases that we have created systems for unmanned traffic management and system architectures. But how can we use these autonomous vehicles nowadays in the context of smart cities? We have identified some use cases, and the use cases are the following. In the next years, the parcel delivery will be executed using autonomous vehicles. Another important use case will be the fire detection and monitoring. Use cases about agriculture, inspection of infrastructure, cinematography, the recreational users, of course, and defense and security. I'm here to present you one activity we have and we focus at the moment about fire detection and monitoring, and we plan to demonstrate this activity this summer. We will have a mission. The mission will be to detect the fires in early stages and be able to monitor the fire using a series of platforms. The mission objectives will be the fire detection and geolocation, where we will use algorithms for detecting fires and localize the position and the location of the fire. We will use and send to the corresponding authorities alerts and messages about the detected fire. We will make area inspection and traffic monitoring in case it is needed, and of course we can monitor the fire. The mission type that we will operate will be area coverage, and the platforms we are going to use, it's a combination of IoT static sensors such as thermal cameras and a set of UAVs, of different kinds of UAVs like fixed wings and quadcopters. The benefits of this will be the augmented capabilities and the situational awareness to the operator to improve the decision making. Okay, here I have a short video. Can it play? Okay. Showcasing our system. So here you can see the mission management software we have, where the user can create a mission. He can select the area of operation. He can select the number of the drones, the number of the vehicles that participates in the mission, and when the area and the mission is configured, then the algorithms will take place. The mission planning software and the path planning software will be responsible for creating the waypoints for the UAVs to follow, so we can achieve the mission objectives, which is the area coverage and the detection of the fires in this specific area. You can see that in this mission we have 4 UAVs, and each location is assigned to the different UAV. And of course, we enable swarming capabilities using 4 UAVs in the same context. Here you can see the stream of the UAV's camera and the trajectory that each UAV is executing for area monitoring against wildfires. Sorry. We can use, of course, the video stream of the UAVs to perform object detection and using AI techniques and algorithms to detect objects in the scene and, of course, fire. Let me go through. It's okay? Okay. During a brush fire, a visible camera doesn't always tell the true story, so we aim to use thermal cameras in order to be able to detect with high accuracy the fires and their location. You can see here the contrast of the 2 images. We have on the left side an RGB image and on the right side a thermal camera image. Okay. And now you can see an example of performing fire detection and vehicles detection using AI, where you can be able to, using drone cameras and drone images, to detect vehicles and fires in the area of operations. And all this can be done by using low-cost drones just like the DJI Mavic 3 Enterprise drone or some VTOL drones that they are in the market. And you can combine these drones to achieve the mission objectives you have for performing this operation. Okay. Okay, now regarding our future and how we plan our future, we aim to utilize national and EU funded R&D projects. With the projects that we will utilize, we want to keep up with the state of the art. We want to identify new technological gaps, and of course, our main objective and our main goal is to refine expertise for high-end product development. So I want to thank you for your attention here today. And if there are any questions, please feel free to ask.
Any questions?
Yes?
So how many people are working in this project?
Okay. At the moment, we are 5 people in Autonoma, the co-founders. The 3 of us are PhD students from the University of Patras. The 2 of us are software engineers, and the other one is electrical engineer, and our team consists of 2 professors from the University of Patras.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I noticed in the beginning you're offering services between else to space industry. Could you elaborate?
Yes, of course. We want, our main objective is to create a system for for combining vehicles from different domains. We aim to use the space domain as with 2 ways. The first ways will be for enhanced situational awareness and use images and satellite images for situational awareness. And the second one will be for communications and to use low orbit satellites with IoT capabilities to have an external module for communications for having the swarm operating the area.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
I have a reservation about utilizing UAVs for fire detection.
Yep.
And it's okay in November because from the 1st of November, the law allows the farmers to burn the woods, in the fields. But during the summer, especially fires that start by arson or by accident, they usually create a problem when the weather is very windy.
Yep.
So last Saturday, 2 days ago, we had 9 to 9 Beaufort in the scale winds. So how can you launch UAVs to patrol and detect fires in such adverse weather conditions?
Okay. To answer your question, thank you for the question, of course. To answer your question, that we plan to use a combination of static sensors. So we will place static sensors in the field, in the thermal cameras with an optimal way, so we can have the field of view of the cameras covering the most of the area. And we will use these static sensors as alerts for the UAVs to go and operate there. We will have some fixed wings, which are big vehicles, and they have the capability to fly with windy conditions. And of course, we will have the smaller UAVs to go and inspect the area and perform the area coverage. The drones that I mentioned about, the DJI Enterprise drones that we are going to use in these particular examples, they have substantial capability in flying in windy conditions. So we hope, and we have tried that it's possible to use the UAVs and the static sensors to provide these kind of missions. Not provide, to perform these kind of missions.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi.
It was an interesting presentation, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I have 2 questions.
Yep.
First of all, why DJI, not Velos, for example?
Okay, at the moment we're using DJI drones, and we use also PX4 drones, but we use DJI because they have the capability to provide a cloud API for getting the data from the drone back to our cloud service, so we don't need to have an external module for communicating with a phone or any other mean, like a laptop or anything. And they have the capability of running onboard software, and have a very powerful companion computer for AI software.
And the second question is about competition.
Yep.
You didn't mention anything about competition. There are a few companies, I think, in Germany who do detection via satellite. And there is also a Greek company in Athens that does a very similar detection. So if you could just mention a couple of things.
Yes, you mean in the fire detection and monitoring example? Or in general, as a generic architecture for having vehicles under the umbrella of one system?
General detection of using autonomous vehicles or static cameras as well.
Yes. Yes, it is an area that has attracts a lot of interest the previous years, and many companies focus on this particular field. But regards on the competition, we think that the idea that having a system of systems that can seamlessly integrate the multiple vehicle domains under one C2, under one mission management software, and having the capabilities of performing operations of different kind with a plug-in style and way of doing stuff, it's something that it's unique at the moment, and it's this is the main focus of Autonoma in regards to the next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Mr. Haralabos Kosmas, he came also all the way from Athens. Thank you for it. Will present. Now, this is a very interesting vehicle. The lunar cargo. And it's very unfortunate that our colleague from Fondazione Amaldi left because this company is specializing in all aerospace applications, and he would be able to evaluate even better than any of us. But I was expecting you at 12, as you said, but he left at 12:30, and you were not here. Okay.
Okay. Professor Konstantinopoulos, thank you very much for the invitation. My presentation will be very quick, 24 slides. Please note the number of the slide. You might be interested to hear more. I will try to skip through quickly, but you might have questions. We'll start with a short video, 2 small videos in the first 2 slides. I control or you control?
I don't know. Who controls?
Okay. Okay. With a mouse. Okay. Play. Should be play. Here's a video should play. Ναι. Okay. This is the first concept, momentum absorption catcher for express deliveries on non-atmospheric somata, acronym Makedonas. It's about capturing parcels from orbit or from another place of the lunar surface to a delivery point. The second concept is about a wheel that is landing tangentially on the lunar surface, maintains the shape by centrifugal forces. It goes along a terrain of the lunar surface called Oceanus Procellarum for about 2,000 kilometers in order to eventually stop. Alert. We are living in an explosive moment with respect to space business. Launch of space objects in the last 4 years has exploded. Look in this graph. And from 2021, which is the last statistics in this graph, to 2022, we have an increase of 36%. That gives an enabling situation not only for low lunar orbit or geostationary orbits, but also for the moon. I submitted the patent application in 2021 in March, before any market study was available. And the next month, the first market study about lunar transportation came out, and they said we're going to have 140 lunar missions in the next 10 years. The next year they updated, and they said that is going to be 250 missions. And this year, the third update of the study, they talk now about 400 missions in the next 10 years. We talk about an increase since 2021 of 326%. And this is exponential. It's going to go up in that rate at least. And those statistics does not take into account the budget for military applications, which is going to be bigger than NASA budget. And it's not taking into account the effect of my project, which is going to reduce the cost of landing to the lunar surface to 1/3 of what it is today, or is projected. Those two concepts are really game-changing because we don't use any fuel for landing, which is typically the 70% of the mass of an orbiter in order to land eventually to the lunar surface, 70%. We also provide, in two different ways, mobility on the surface. That wheel you saw in the video is going to maintain its wheel shape after it will conclude the landing phase by means of inflating a toroidal tube, and therefore we will be able to actively roll it to the destination of the client, because we don't expect that our client will necessarily be at the end of the landing corridor. So we need to maintain this shape to roll it where it needs to go. Then we will deflate the torus, and so the container with the payload will come to the surface, will take out the payload, and the nice container will become a habitat. So this container will have 3 lives: landing function, mobility function, and habitat. A bit figures, we reduce the cost by 70%, or we increase the efficiency by 323%. We also, from the first concept, Makedonas, will be able to provide landing of 1 parcel per 2 hours. This is the time of an orbiter per location. That orbital, which will deliver parcels, can deliver in many locations along its path. It will have a certain path going again and again, and will deliver in many locations 1 parcel at location per orbit. Very important, it's not obvious to you, but it is very important we don't generate ejecta. Ejecta are these sand or pebbles from the lunar surface that are ejected in all directions when a lander comes down. The gases from a lander have a velocity of 4 kilometers per second at least, go up to 12,000 kilometers. And that creates a hell of a problem to anyone who's going to land the next few months. And with the mobility function of Makedonas, I said, because Makedonas can not only receive parcels from an orbiter, can receive parcels from any location on the lunar surface by kind of launcher, ballistic launcher, whether mechanical or electromagnetic. So it can receive parcels anywhere we would like. And that, as one person very sensitive to safety has observed, can become very useful in emergency supplies. A bit details about where it lands. We said it will land on the ocean of storms. This is the ideal place. Important is that we can upcycle the habitat, but we can also upcycle those tethers that are around the cylinder that contains the habitat in order to create a Makedonas. We can, what is important also, the envelope of what we can deliver is very large. With Oplonas, we can deliver multi-ton objects up to a double-decker bus. But at the same time, with Makedonas, we can go very low. We can deliver very small objects like a soda can. It's a business-to-business concept. We need big players in order to team, become the last mile service provider. We need a typical launcher to bring our clients to low lunar orbit. This is where our mission starts. This is a marketing plan we have in our mind. The first things to communicate the concept in the right fora. I had done before a presentation to United Nations COPOS for a previous project about on-orbit servicing. This is the team of people I have engaged as advisors. The engineers we have done the few analysis are outsourced for the time being. My experience and the heritage I bring in this project is that I had been the project manager, the project controller of Meteosat second generation, a 2 billion project for EUMETSAT, European Meteorological Satellites, who happened to be this satellite, last year it was proven that, the longest meteorological satellite of all times, of all continents, 19 years plus operation, while its design lifetime was just 7 years. And I have also established, since 2002, a project about on-orbit servicing. I had engaged those companies in the consortium, and that was the first patent I had won on that topic. These are flat areas that we can further investigate where we can land. This is by a tool, the right picture, by a tool of NASA. NASA has provided free information about elevation maps. We can go also refine this data with new techniques. These are locations in the blue spots, locations where we can establish Makedonas. We need high peaks, crater rims on the top in order to install. There are many, many locations where we can do it. A note for everybody who wants to understand why I say that we can increase the efficiency by 323% is because has always been, both in the Apollo era and now in the Artemis era, that a lander, in order to land, needs to consume 70% of its mass while on orbit in order to slow down and come vertically to the lunar surface. In terms of traction, last year I was one of the winners of the EU Forum Innovation in Space Awards, next to the commissioner, to the officer of the European Commission about space policy and innovation. This year, I won the Moon Village Association Award with respect to lunar transportation specifically. This was the first patent. I have been awarded the first patent, and it's going to be presented, released this information this week on the 29th. I also try to find launch opportunities for qualification flights to send material, nothing very costly, that can survive even a crash landing. Can be either knit in wool or even steel. If I don't pay money at commercial prices, let's say, we can also send steel. In terms of financials, I'm still doing with family and friends and fools. And, but I have also a commitment by two major investors from the shipping community. I cannot disclose details until the airing of a corresponding episode. And I'm in preparation to submit proposals for grants for the time being to ESA, European Commission, and NASA. What I'm asking is 300K to reinforce patents, file for additional patents, be ready for litigation. This is standard practice in the States. They're gonna go for litigation, whatever. And also to do some maturity of the concepts through flight dynamics lab, which we have to establish in order to have our own engine to investigate for the perfect orbits that we need to find. That's all by me. Thank you for the attention. Waiting for your questions.
I have a question.
Please.
Is this science fiction or it is business? Are you, besides the two ship owners that you mentioned in Greece, are you looking, are you seeking investors? Have you discussed with any of them about the possibility of implementing this project?
Of course.
Because you have activated a very, very interesting and capable team of experts with you. So I guess it answers my question. It's not science fiction. Otherwise, there will be writers, science fiction writers.
Especially Makedonas is child's play, practically. Oplonas still has some risks that we need to de-risk with further analysis. With respect to feasibility, I have no doubt about Makedonas whatsoever. This is an idea that I had since 2003, but I submitted only in 2021 because I was not feeling that there is market for that. And you don't spend so much money that patents cost without some expectation for return. The evaluators of last year's awards were from ESA, European Commission, and SOA, European Satellite Operators Association. People with practical knowledge. The evaluators of the Moon Village Association included the complete space agency of Ukraine, with a lot of experience. From France was Christophe Bonal of CNES. From the States was John Mankins, the gentleman who has defined the technology readiness levels. When we say TRL 0 to 9, that has been defined by John Mankins, Vice President of Moon Village Association. Besides that, recent call for interest by NASA, called LIFT-1, gave me the opportunity to have exchanges with companies which are going to bid to NASA for this activity. And I have good responses, I cannot disclose details, by major companies that they have thousands of hours of equipment flowing in International Space Station, in low Earth orbit, and in GEO, and also some interplanetary missions. And they are interested in submitting to ESA as an option Makedonia's solution to send a modular system on the lunar surface to generate oxygen.
Again, I will say that it's a pity that Valerio left early, because this company is all about satellites and space applications, but we'll think of something and get you in contact with them. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. One question.
Oh.
Is this also applicable to Mars because of the low density atmosphere?
Not actually. It is, both concepts are applicable to all celestial bodies that do not have atmosphere.
So even like 1% atmosphere, it would cause issues, right?
Repeat, please.
So even low density atmospheres would...
Look, low density could work, but we have not done simulations. Atmosphere in general will have as an effect difficulty in fine pointing. And the Oplonas also, because of the high rotation, we don't know the drag effects, so we need plenty of simulation, which cannot do now. So, but they're already, Moon itself is such a huge market because it is going to be the source for helium-3, which is the ideal fuel for fusion. Fusion currently does not have the capability, the luxury of using helium-3 because we don't have it on Earth. Any experiments done now in about 30 research centers are using substitutes of helium-3, which is deuterium and tritium. These two are good enough for research, but not for operation because they also generate some radioactivity, which means they need to be shielded. Therefore, still dangerous, therefore expensive. While a fusion reactor will not need any shielding, and it can be very compact. Lockheed Martin in particular, they have since 2013 one patent for a compact reactor that will use helium-3 that will be so small and compact that can go onto a plane. So we have nuclear reactors in submarines, in aircraft carriers. Now we're going to have very soon in planes. You can realize how important it is from every aspect, commercial, military, whatever.
Thank you.
But we don't have cold fusion yet. So we don't have fusion reactors in submarines or ships.
There is just one fusion reactor in the States called Helion. It's a company that has received funding by multi-billionaires, including Sam Altman. And this company has inked in March this year a contract with Microsoft to start delivering electricity to Microsoft from 2028. This is their plan. And they think they can generate the helium themselves, they think, by combining deuterium and tritium. This is the difficult part. I don't think they can do it, but it is good the fact that they try to do it. They are very close. And Kerry, the vice president under 2 administrations before, is going to announce these days the plan of United States. He wants to make it international for fusion energy. They are certain they're going to have by 2035 commercial scale reactors that are going to use helium-3.
That will definitely solve the energy problem. and a lot of environmental problems associated with energy production. Anyway, we have violated the time limit very badly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation. We skipped, and now it's time to restore the order of presentations with Mr. Andreas Guinness and Vivestia.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me nice and clear?
We can hear you. Can you see the presentation yet? Yes, everything is okay now.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you so much for this great opportunity. So let me introduce myself. My name is Andreas Guinness, and I'm the marketing partner of Vivestia. At Vivestia, we are trying to reshape the way people book their vacation rentals online by leveraging VR content only. So before I start telling you what exactly Vivestia does, I would like to share with you how everything started. So it was 2 years ago when my friends and I trusted a booking platform to reserve our holiday villa. However, when we arrived at the property, the villa was completely different from what we saw in the pictures and videos online. We felt deceived, disappointed, and we also thought that we paid too much for that property. And I'm pretty sure that some of you have felt the same as we did, maybe in Patras as well. So yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Somebody next to you has turned on a laptop or something, because we hear an echo.
No, there's nobody.
Nobody. Okay, sorry.
Okay. But you still hear me clearly?
It's okay. I thought we can make it a little better, but it's okay. We can understand.
Oh, now?
Now it's fine.
Is it good? Okay. Great. So let's get back to the presentation. So as I said, yes, pictures and videos do not convey the right information to the travelers. And at Vivestia, we think that virtual tours is the only way to provide the best information, the real information to travelers. At Vivestia, we started as content creators, creating these immersive virtual tours for our clients, but then we discovered that we need to start gathering this content and distribute it online to online channels in order to make 360 virtual reality tours accessible to every traveler worldwide. So at Vivestia, we're trying to do that because pictures and videos, as I said, do not convey the right information. This is what you see online on a very famous booking platforms, but when you arrive at the property, you don't see this. And the majority of the travelers feels frustration, disappointed, and deceived. At the same time, VR is a technology that is growing really fast. Right now, there are more than 10 million virtual reality tours out there. However, they are scattered on the internet, difficult to find, and of ambiguous quality. So in order to make VR available to travelers, Vivestia does two simple things. First, we collect all the virtual tours to our single database. And for the luxury properties, for the luxury ones, we validate the quality and the UX for the travelers in order to list it on our platform on the only 100% VR content booking platform. All the other models, we distribute them through our API to online channels. But why now? Why is it important to make this happen now? Because obviously VR is growing fast. In the AR and VR market, the number of users is expected to be more than 2.5 billion users by 2027. Already there are a huge amount of virtual tours, as I said, more than 10.2 million digital twins, especially in the travel industry. And of course, Vivestia is ahead of the curve with a vast experience in VR creation services. With regards to the market, Vivestia addresses the huge market of the luxury travel, which by 2026 will be 15 billion. Our total addressable market is up to 200,000 luxury accommodations in Europe. And as you can see, as the statistics show, the majority of the revenue of this market will be generated by online booking platforms by 2026. With regards to the competition, Vivestia differentiates from the competitors by offering the only 100% VR content platform. Some of you may be asking why big companies such as Airbnb and Booking.com can use these virtual tours. Well, there are some barriers to do that. Because of the huge number of online listings they have, for example, Airbnb has more than 13 million listings online. There's a huge cost to create this platform 100% VR. At the same time, there are some technical limitations, and it's going to take too much time to validate the quality for the content that they provide to other platforms. But how we are going to make this business scale up? So property owners will have to create their VR tools by either us, our in-house team, or third-party VR creators and DIY means. And then they need to put these virtual tools in our database, where we do all the quality controls and the OTA mapping. Then we do two things. All the luxury properties we list them at the viveste.com, which is available and you can see it live right now, and bring more travelers to the platform and the owners. All the other models, we send them via the API to other OTAs, booking engines, and travel agencies, with the ultimate goal to bring back money to property owners who have invested in such content. Our revenue streams are simple. From the VR booking platform, a commission of average 12.5%, generating 60 million by 2027, and from the API fee, which is a cost per impression, generating 21 million by 2027. Our clientele consists of large and famous companies and hoteliers in Greece and managed properties. We show more than 1,000 properties in Greece right now, and we recently expanded to Croatia. And our next steps, sorry about that. Our next steps is to expand to Portugal, Lisbon, Italy, Spain, and of course the UAE. Right now, Vivestia is an award-winning company. We have been awarded as the best tourism idea in 2021, best startup in 2022. By the Capsule T Accelerator from the Hellenic Chamber of Hotels. Yes, we are the best content creators in Greece right now with a large number of virtual spaces. The API is ready to distribute the content. And of course, the booking platform has already generated revenue and bookings for the season 2023. None of this would have been accomplished without our great team, which consists of me as the CMO, George Kontakis as the CEO, and Christiana who share the same passion and love for VR and tourism as well. And now what we are asking for 300,000 euros in order to finalize the booking platform, the API, and the VR validation tool. We want to hire new talents and help us grow our business and expand to other European countries, and of course, advertise and promote our platform worldwide. So if you believe that VR is the next big thing in the travel industry, this is the right time to connect with us. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Any questions? No questions. Everything is clear. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
And we are missing
So, yeah. Hi. Can I start?
Mr. Stavros Tsobanidis will present the company Fee. Fee originates from?
Fee is coming from, in Greek, the name Sigras is, we used to tell it wrong, Fikia. So Fikia, Fee.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. So, yeah, have a great week ahead. My name is Stavros Tsobanidis. I'm one of the founders of Fee. I don't know if you know what we are doing. We are based in Patras from 2014, where we started our R&D. And we are formulating and producing bio-based composite materials that are being inspired by nature. So what are the two problems we are solving with our technology? The first one is that there is huge quantities of plant-derived residues that unfortunately we consider them as a waste. We are speaking about those dead leaves of cigarettes that I'm sure that you have seen across the coastal areas, but there are much more. We are working with biomass like tea waste, like agricultural residues, and like the espresso spent coffee grounds that until today, unfortunately, are being driven to landfills. So they have a huge carbon and methane emissions on the environment. Only in Greece, according to our feasibility study, each coastal municipality collects every year on average 800 to 1,000 tons of Posidonia. On Greece, we have 45,000 tons of spent coffee grounds, only on the Greek market. And only in the western region of Greece, we have 40,000 tons of woody biomass every year that unfortunately is being driven to landfills, so disposed as a waste. Number two problem, so we started the company in order to find the solution for all this type of waste in order to upcycle them using a circular technology. Number two is how is the global CO2 emissions, the carbon equivalent of the construction industry. I don't know if you are aware, but the 50% of the global total carbon emissions are coming from the construction industry. And it's very important to underline that from this 49% to be precise, the 28 is coming from the operations of the building, and the rest 21 is coming from the materials that we use in order to build a new house, a new office. And from this 21, the 11% is coming from the core and shell, the cement, the main building parts, and the rest 10% is coming from all the materials, the fit-outs, the furniture, the dividers, and all this stuff. So we've identified that a huge problem in order to reduce the carbon emission of the construction industry is those interior fit-outs. So we came up with a technology that we developed them after 2.5 years of private R&D here in Patras that upcycle those type of waste as fillers for the production of novel bio-based composite materials. Our materials have been produced in rigid panels and can be used as a sustainable alternative to conventional decorative laminates like the material you see here. So until today, we came up with 4 materials using our manufacturing technology, and we have a TRL 7, so we have a semi-industrial production line here in Rio, and we are already on market. Our materials have very validated from the market characteristics, also technically wise and also the design wise, which is very important for this type of applications. And we target as the European decorative laminates market, which is a market that will be valued until to 2 billion by 2028, only in the Europe. Here are some of the projects, that shows the proven product market fit of our solutions. This is the new Deloitte offices in Patras, for example, the new Adidas retail store in the center of Athens, which are some of the first interior design and construction projects that we have validated. And yeah, we are selling using traditional B2B model our materials. We are currently raising our first round, which is around The first private round until today, which has been evaluated at 1.3 million. Those funds will be used for scaling up our production capacity, decreasing our manufacturing costs in order to certify our materials, which is very, very important for opening the market. And last but not least, for sales, for opening new channels in the European market. Going a little bit to the unit economics, with that round, we can decrease our COGS by 38%, which is very important, and attain a gross profit margin of 65% by reducing our pricing in order to be able to open, as I told you, more massive the market. We will become the biggest manufacturer of bio-based composites across Europe. All of our direct competitors can produce together 4,000 square meters altogether, and according to our business plan, we'll go to 6,500 square meters annually, and we will have the most competitive pricing in comparison with direct and indirect competitors. Indirect competitors are fossil decorative surfaces like the one you have here, and of course, direct is other companies across the world that are producing other bio-based alternatives. And okay, for the projections, last but not least, the team, which is the most important factor for FEE and for achieving our vision. I'm the founder of the company and running mainly the business development. And Nikos Athanasopoulos is my co-founder. He he passed to the company all the technology, the manufacturing technology for starting and start operating, and remains, of course, on the scheme as a scientific advisor and consultant. And Rishab is our new CTO. It came from India, from Dubai, actually, that was head of industry, of a big industry for composites there. And now he moved here to Patras to lead our industrialization process. Thank you very much for your interest.
Any questions? No questions.
Actually, I brought the materials because it's most important to see them.
Mr. Tsoubelis has a question.
How does the price compare to the traditional materials?
Very good question. As I tried to show in the slides, the 100% fossil solutions from Europe are being sold to the market from 30 to 80 euros per square meter. And the traditional one? Those 100 fossil are coming from Europe from 2015, maximum 80, the most premium collections per square meter. And our solution today is on 130 per square meter, and we'll go after the scaling up of the production to 80. So we'll be on the upper level of our indirect competitors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you very much.
The very important thing for this process is that it can give an upcycling, circular solution to any type of bio-waste and plant-derived residues, and this is very important. Those four is the starting point. We started from seagrass, then we realized that we have a technology, a holistic process for upcycling wastes. So today is 4, but we are already working with other fillers because mainly we use them as a fillers in order when we formulate those biocomposites. And the most important thing is that we can give second life to every part, unfortunately, of nature we use to think that is waste. And this is what our vision and what we are trying to do in order to, as I told you, reduce the carbon on construction.
Great.
Thank you for your interest.
Thank you. There is one last presentation, but I don't know if the... no, he's not connected. Let me try to call him. Character. Θόδωρε, ένας από τους ομιλητές που δεν τον πρόλαβες, είχε 2 meeting τώρα. Και ήθελε τον πρόσωπο του επιμελητηρίου. Θα του πω να σου πάρει τηλέφωνο να μιλήσει. ακόμα. Ψάχνετε το Wi-Fi. Έχει Wi-Fi, αλλά δεν... Έχει ένα τρίκ για να κατεβάσει ένα υλικό.
Καλησπέρα, με ακούτε? Τι γίνεται? Πάντα τους κομμουνίους είμαστε. Τον αγαπητό μας.
Επίτιμος πλέον, καθηγητής εδώ του Πανεπιστημίου Πάρκου. Πιο ωραίος είσαι με τη μάσκα.
Ποιος είναι?
Πιο ωραίος είσαι με τη μάσκα.
Α, ναι, ωραία. Τη φοράω πάντα.
Τι γίνεται?
Δεν ξέρω τι έχει κάνει. Όχι.
February 2023. A disastrous earthquake hits Turkey and Syria, killing tens of thousands of people and leaving even more in urgent need of help. Millions of people tried to support by donating money online. September 2023. The recent events in Thessaly caused a shock all over Greece as we faced one of the worst floods in our country's history, leaving many people outside of their homes without their basic needs. In both those cases, people rushed to help, donating money and food. However, what happened was a chaos in social media and press, where people were trying to give, but they didn't know where or who to give to. So we come upon the first problem, which is that the goods that people donate is not the same to what charities actually need. For example, we did a research among 700 people and found out that people tend to donate things like pasta, legumes, while charities might need dairy products, cleaning products, meat, or vegetables, which people or either cannot or just do not donate. Now, on a second note, last year we faced one of the most shocking cases of corruption in one very famous charity here in Greece, which caused people to lose faith in charity, as Ark of the World was accused of many corruption cases, one of them being financial mismanagement. And now we come upon the second problem: the financial aid can easily be manipulated in corrupt ways. That's why we created GiveLink, the first giving marketplace, which matches people's donations with charity real-time needs and converts money into 100% product, so we can solve the issue of transparency that exists today. This is our app where people can see a list of charities, along with an indicator of how full their needs are at the moment. The user gets to select the charity they want, and they can see exactly what products they need, what products they have received in the past, and if they choose to donate to them, they see exactly the quantities of products requested, And they can either manually select the ones they want to give, or they can set their budget and SmartPick immediately converts it into the best possible combination of products based on the charity's current needs. Now the donor completes the donation. They see the exact impact they had on the charity's real-time needs. They can track the donation step by step, as we're going to see later, and they receive a message from the charity, a thank you note for confirming their donation, as well as an image of when their delivered products actually reach the charity. As I said, they can also track the donation and see their whole giving history, and they can see their exact giving stats so they know their impact. Now, how do we make profit out of this? We're a for-profit business based on impact. First of all, we make deals with product suppliers who provide the goods in the app, so people buy them for donating them later to the charity, and the supplier receives those orders from donors, and they deliver the products to the charity selected. Now, through this process, through this deal with the product suppliers, we get a 6 to 8% commission from the generated revenue via our platform. For starters, it's just supermarkets, but later we're going to expand to pharmaceutical products, school material, and anything that a charity might need. Now, this is the first and main revenue stream, but we have 4 more upcoming until the end of 2024. Starting with optional tip, which is a method used by one of the biggest competitors in the market very successfully, as it's their only revenue stream right now. And this means that the donor has the option to give a 3 to 15% of the donation amount directly to the charity. In 2024, we're planning to expand on businesses and business giving with a B2B interface where companies can convert their money directly into goods. They can get an impact report of the whole impact with the charity supported, with the total products donated, the total giving activity through the year, and they can also have the chance to promote this giving CSR activities through the platform, as we have a very impact-centered crowd, and this can be very effective for their advertising. Now, why now though? Why this is the best time for the first giving marketplace? First of all, recently we see a huge growth of grocery in niche shops and grocery shops and supermarkets. So that means that without those e-shops and without this functionality in the supply chain of supermarkets, this wouldn't be available. Secondly, we have seen a growing interest both from supermarkets and suppliers and people on ESG and CSR, which is very boosting for this kind of solution because more and more people tend to have this problem that we're solving. Third, non-profits are traditionally slow in innovation, and they cannot keep up with this kind of thing that a for-profit business can do. A marketplace is very difficult to build and sustain, so that's why most of our competitors are non-profits which cannot catch up with this innovation. Also, online donations are growing. In the last 7 years, we're seeing a more than 10% increase in online donations per year. So this shows a transformation of the physical market to the digital. And last but not least, we're seeing an increased demand for transparency due to the corruption case that we're seeing in Greece, but all over the world. If you search charity corruption, it's popping off with many cases that charities are mismanaging the money donated by people. Now, for the market size, I'm not going to stay long here. We have a launch market, which is Greece, but our main target is to go global, especially in the US and Europe, which the markets are much bigger than in Greece. The serviceable market in Greece is expected to be at 7 million and the total available market at 12.6 billion euros after a very analytical global research national research. And now in the global research, we found out that the serviceable donation market is at 5.2 billion euros, while, as I said, the online giving just last year grew by 12%. This is the main assumption is that to get a 7% commission from the supplier, which is the first that we're going to get through the first deal, but we're expecting for this to increase with more and more deals and more and more people who come in. We hope that we can increase this commission by suppliers. Now, we also have traction. We have more than 450 downloads. Now it's more than 550, raising more than 7,500 euros. with donations more than 185, and the average donation per event being 40 euros. The most important thing, though, is that we validated our core assumptions without having a supplier deal in order to save time and understand if our product actually fits the market that we're targeting. We validated 4 of the 5 assumptions, and now we're moving on to our second MVP we just started last week. Now, on the supplier front, we're in discussions for many months now with MyMarket. We're planning a pilot partnership to be signed in the upcoming weeks. The commission discussed is around 6 to 8%, and just a matter of time until this deal closes. And we also have made clear intentions with Metro of cooperating. They have told us that it's very helpful to support and give a solution to businesses, and we're going to use Metro, a B2B channel, for this. Now, we have made more than 11 charity partnerships. Now it's around 14, if I'm not mistaken. And the most important thing is that all of them are approved by Higgs. Higgs is a charity research non-profit, which evaluates the charity and rates them based on the transparency and their work. So all of the charities included are rated and are approved by Higgs for the transparency and meaningful impact. Most of the charities, actually all of the charities right now, are very intrigued by this solution. But I think that it's very significant that people can actually see their needs and donate exactly based on them and not in their own assumption of just giving away money. That's difficult to handle for them. It's with safety. They have seen that everything is transparent through the process, and also it connects them to donors and gives donors the sense that they know their exact impact through this process. Now, for the go-to-market strategy, we have 4 basic pillars on how we're going to get people, and we have already started implementing this lately. First of all, it's charity promotion through their media and websites. We have already seen that by providing them this platform for free gives a huge intention of promoting this as a new solution and to get their donors to use our platform as a channel for their giving. Also, we pilot tested this in the summer with the smallest charity in GiveLink, they brought over 4,000 euros themselves of donation just by uploading a few stories. Secondly, and probably the most important one, is the referral effect through some features like link donations, which are going to launch in the next weeks. We hope that we can boost referral-enabled effects. Now, link donations is a way of people getting together and giving in a much bigger goal than they can do on their own. A person can set a target for their giving campaign, like 500 euros, for example. They can donate 20, and then they can invite their friends to join them and create a link of donations, which is very good for referrals and bringing users in our app. Thirdly, workplaces. As we said, we have a plan of expanding to businesses, but one of the core reasons why we want to expand to businesses is that our customer persona, which is corporate employees, work there, and they can, through this network, they can learn about us and use our platform, and business can invite their employees to join their giving campaigns. And last but not least, social media, utilizing our young events and our branding. That's such a refreshing and young profile that our business has. It's very helpful to attract partnerships with influencers and press in order to get people to be aware of our brand. Competition-wise, we have researched the whole market. Our core competitors are crowdfunding platforms that are mostly global, but most of them charge charities and donors for giving through our platform, through their platforms. And besides their attempts to have transparency in the app, they still fail to do this, as if you search any of their names in Google, and along with the word corruption, you're going to see many cases that people raised money and used them for much different reasons than the ones promised. We provide a platform that is free for charities and free for donors. It's not mandatory to pay a service fee, and including real-time needs, direct conversion of impact, of money into impact, and verification of the process, which allows people to be confident that they're giving with safety. But the most crucial question of all is, why should we do this project? We're 4 passionate 20-year-olds determined to change the world by building a scalable business with impact and ultimately helping people maximize their impact. This is us. I'm Antonis, I'm the managing director. We have Alex, who is the head of development and one of the most talented students in the University of Patras of the computer engineering department. We have Panos, who is, for me, our startup hustler. He's constantly talking with people and bringing people to get to know us. He's the head of business development. And Patras, who is a very creative developer on the front-end development right now, but is destined to become our CPO later. And our full team consists of also Nikos, who is our backend developer, working part-time with us since March, and is a very useful part of our business. Monica, who did her internship through Spain here in Givling, and helped us really with the market analysis and a deep dive into what is the donation market that we're getting into. And also we have mentors. Sakis, who is our strategy and business development mentor, a very successful startup person, has failed, has succeeded in startups in the past, and is a very big asset for us. And of course, last but not least, Peter Economidis, who's helping us with branding and marketing, a core feature for Givling. And this is us. We have found some success in other competitions, which gave us assurance of our business model, and most importantly, experiences and connections that help us up to this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was a little long, and there is no time for extra questions. You don't have any questions anyway. Okay. Everything was clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are running very late because at 3 o'clock there must be another session from at the university. So we have to close it here. Some of us will remain. We need to process the data that we have collected from the companies. But for the rest of you, we thank you very much. You put up an effort to do the presentation, to travel, to spend some time here, to travel especially in this cold weather, unusually cold weather for November in Greece. And thank you very much, and we hope that we will follow up on this activity and that we see you again in Sofia, Bulgaria, in our next round. Thank you very much.
Thank you.